No, you can.
Morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me at the back. So it's my pleasure to be here. I can see many friends, and I hope to make more friends today. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. It's very humbling. I don't consider myself to be a leader yet. It's like a long journey. That's part of the woman's burden, right? We're always doubting ourselves. However, what I would like to do today is maybe with humor tell you about my journey so far, and in fact, just feed that into a discussion. So thanks for the kind introduction. Title because it's the morning and it's rainy and probably you feel sleepy, probably wake you up. I call this my journey evolution of a PI, jumping to learn and learning to jump. So that's of course kind of almost cheesy, and you might think that I'm just trying to, not act my age. It's a nice segue into my research. I understand that most of you in this room probably are not from our field. We have biologists. There always are more women biologists than the other sciences. However, in this discussion, I will not talk about my science. I'm happy to. So I work on jumping genes, which for the biologists in the room is, of course, you know what they are. These are, in fact, so these are in fact pieces of DNA which can jump around in our genome. It sounds pretty chaotic, pretty disruptive, but it does happen. In fact, what I'm very proud of is the jumping gene, in fact, initiated by a very famous woman scientist. It's like one of these models for women scientists. She's faced all the problems that you can think of. This was almost 100 years ago. She had this path-breaking idea which was not accepted, and part of the reason why it was not accepted is probably because she was a woman. There are very fascinating tales about how she navigated that. This chaotic jumping gene. Picture of her as a part of her. It's something which she discovered in me. However, now after almost 100 years, it's present across living organisms, including the human genome. In fact, it makes about half of our genome, the total DNA content. Why it is important, and which is why we are interested in jumping gene. There are many. And jumping around, it is in fact heavily controlled. And I like to find analogies with jumping genes in my own life. I'll try to do today. So I have jumped around a lot. However, what I also have tried to do is control the chaos. And that is what I will try to tell you in the next few minutes. So this is all the science I tell you about. I will now move, I'll be very hotly and even to my personal jumping. So coming back to the title, I said that I have been jumping to learn and learn what I like. And I can show you how I have jumped around. It kind of was already. So I grew up in Kolkata, and I did my bachelor's in human physiology, which is like more systems biology. And then from there, I actually jumped south to do my master's in Madurai in biotechnology. So I started to jump the oceans, and I actually went all the way. My PhD was not on jumping genes. I was working in signaling. But then the transition I made when I jumped across the coast and I started working on jumping genes in California. I've still retained that interest almost 15 years later and continue to work on jumping genes in IIT Gandhinagar. Of course, there are many jumping events, as you can see. However, today I will just focus on the last jump, just my jump from being a postdoc when life was much easier, I think now, to becoming a PI settling down in India in a new institution. And I will try to tell you my story in the next few minutes. Let's start with the jump. This is a homeward bound jump. So something which probably many of you in this room have done. You have jumped across the oceans, supposedly settled in this land of milk and honey, and then you decided to jump back. itself is probably something which is not conventional. However, as women, we are always breaking convention, and so it's something very rising class. For me, this is after 14 years. My mother always equates me to the Ramchandra coming back after a 14-year exile in the US. That's that. And around 10 years ago is when I decided to come back to India. So of course, the first question that people ask when you make a decision is why do you want to move back? And I feel that is not a conversation that I will have today. It is again a very important conversation. But today I will more focus on the where, because that has direct connections with what we will be discussing for these. So where is actually also decided to do after a lot of soul searching. So, as a researcher, we do research. We don't make these impulsive decisions. Me also, I did a lot of research about where I could be, what I would be doing. Sounds crazy. So I decided to move to an IIT, which is, of course, not a place where people usually are considered to do biology. If that wasn't bad enough, I decided to move to a new IIT. I considered, like Nitin said, is now 15 years old. It was like around 4 or 5 years old when I moved. I had like 2 people in biology, no proper department. I still wanted to come here. Again, a very crazy decision. But then I think now that probably there was some controlled chaos. When we left India, we all complained about how things were not working in certain places, how everything needs to be fixed. You're young, that is what you feel like, I can fix this. I'm still young then, so I thought, yeah, maybe I go to a new place and I will be the solution. I will come up with new ideas. From the part that is true. In an institution like IIT Gandhinagar, when we joined it, we were allowed to kind of think outside the box, come up with new ideas. And that is something which was very exciting to me, and so that was why I decided to come here. The location of Gandhinagar had its huge advantages, which maybe some of you have already noticed in these 2 days here. It is a city, but not a metro city. We are located close to the airport. Those were I really wanted to do, which also made me want to come here. And which many of you will discuss probably in the next few days, but this whole body problem. I think everybody is nodding, so I don't have to define it. But I will come to this as I progress to the talk. So actually something I will spend some time on. But IIT Gandhinagar was really, really helpful in solving, I won't say solving, but facilitating, converting this problem into a solution. I'll come to that. Now I'll just step back 10 years when I came. So while I was working on evolution of this gene, the transposable element or genetic gene, the institute itself was physically transforming. When I joined this institute, we were actually not even on this campus. We were in Ahmedabad, like around 30 kilometers from where we stand. The temporary campus, we were in these sheds. These were not permanent buildings. And some of you have actually been in these. From there, when we how this current campus look. We came here for a picnic. All of us much younger than today. Come here for a picnic in 2014. However, the buildings started coming up, and then this is where we are. This is like a 3-year-old picture, but it looks like this today. So while I was making this huge transition, the campus that I was in was also evolving. Why is this important? Growing as scientists. When we first came to this campus, like I said, the old campus had a lot of these broken walls, and we would have to often decide how to go into campus. It turned out that one of these walls had a hole in it, and so if you walk through this hole, jump through this hole, you could reach campus 20 minutes early. So of course, I was younger and much thinner then. But this days, I was even more kind of overconfident. I would actually the wall, jump over the wall. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do that anymore. recently, it's actually kind of equates to our journeys where we are sometimes scaling walls, sometimes finding holes and trying to help ourselves move forward in our careers. This the challenges that like I personally faced while setting up a biological sciences program here in Gandhinagar, while also setting up my research group, while also learning how to teach, and also learning how to take care of my family. So the challenges. Again, there were several challenges. What I defined early on by doing biology in a new IIT by itself is a crazy phrase. However, in the past 10 years is that we we had no infrastructure. I showed you the labs at the beginning and the campus at the beginning. However, to facilitate early starting of research, we were able to create some shared labs so that all the PIs who joined were able to start working. We also improved vastly in our communication skills. Again, something which I would not have to worry about if I was in an established university. But we are teaching these undergraduates who are not from the bio background had led to new ideas, led to me collaborating with all the goods. I'm not pointing out the bads yet, the goods of many. So looking back, I'm actually pretty happy about this journey. However, there were some lessons. And I know that I don't want to sound just positive and just say that everything was perfect. So while I was doing these, running through these challenges, we did learn some lessons. I know were already alluded to by Dr. Veda before me. And it's interesting that some of us have the same idea. So we are in our own spaces and established or new institutions. Some of the lessons we have from our journey seem to be similar. The first thing that I guess comes to all of our minds is to actually true for not just women, but all faculty or all academics is, but in fact, anybody in this mid-career stage. So work-life balance, while you're multitasking, is like a truth that we all deal with and struggle with it. But that's how I bring some humor in. So one of our ex-colleagues, Manu, is active, very active on Twitter. Some of you may be following him on Twitter, and he actually shows there's a lot of memes on work-life balance in academia. So if you have chance to look at his channel, but these are actually some memes which very, very kind of encapsulate our lives as like beginning PIs very, very well, how we are called into all kinds of duties, how we never understand where to prioritize, how we keep getting these requests and how we decide that we should say no or take up the job. And this is something that I have been grappling with for the past 10 years. I still don't have the answer. However, this is where the elephant in the room comes in. So while this is something that's true for all researchers, men and women, this becomes exceptionally large, and this is what Dr. Veda was alluding to, is this whole phenomenon of superwoman that we are now expected to be. So of course, all of us are multitasking in the job front, but as a woman, you're expected to do the same thing at home as well. And this is the whole, the jargon, if you will, of having it all. So we are, of course, all, I come from Bengal, so Ma Durga is reality there. We are all considered to be Dashabhujas. We are supposed to be excellent at multitasking, which you probably are. However, we are supposed to have a smiling face. From Google Images, there are several such gifts online. There was a smiling face where you should be happy that we are now given the opportunity to have it all. However, I would like to caution all of you are smiling, so I know what I'm talking about. So some elephants in the room. When we say have it all, we assume that having it all means that we need to all get married, all have children. I do not cater to that. I think a woman can fulfill without any of these. However, if a woman chooses to get married and have children, this is not what we should be expected to be doing. However, we are. And what is also very scary for us is we are also role models for the young students who are sitting in the room. So they expect us to be like this. However, in reality, we are. This is exactly what I am. This was me this morning, actually, just before I came. So I was preparing the talk and my daughter was in school. And yeah, it's chaos. But this is not something you want to show as inspiration to the next generation. How it is. Another elephant in the room is, while we are trying to have it all, most cases, I won't say all cases, the men, our colleagues, are not only doing this. They probably are smiling, although they aren't. So I don't want to again do male bashing. However, this is probably almost always true. Almost always, sorry. I may be like 50% or 60% of the time that it's the multitasking being done by the woman in the house. However, we are passionate. We're not expected to be passionate. We are passionate about the science. That's what we have done all our life. And so we are suffering from guilt. And this is again something which Dr. Veda referred to. This log kya kahenge thing is something which we all are always sensing. It's probably inherent, maybe. And something which I've recently started reading about is we need to lose the cake. So we need not be perfect. We cannot be perfect. This is again true for all people in the world. We need not try to be good at everything. It's okay to step back to essentially snip the flowers. However, we don't do that often, and that's when the stress builds up. So some things I have learned, I have not gotten there yet. I still struggle every day. Is you need to learn to say no. So you can delegate. It is difficult for a woman because opportunities are less. If it comes, you want to take it. However, you need to prioritize. This is very difficult. And I would love to hear all your thoughts over the next 2 days about how to do that. Ask for help. Very important. So it does take a village to raise, do all of this together. And when I say help, I know we always refer to help as in there is a gender bias in that also. So the help we are asking for is also usually female. It's our mothers, our mother-in-law, other women helpers. Please do reach out to the male colleagues also. And I will say this with a lot of conviction that a lot of male members of society do help. And I think we need to be actively asking for that help. That there is no shame in that. This is something I have done and I will continue to do, and I would ways in which this can be done. So, and very, very important, ocean. Sometimes charge and to make time for yourself. So this is something which I guess we will be discussing. Another thing which I wanted to talk about is the two-body solutions that I was able to gain in IIT Gandhinagar. So one thing that IIT Gandhinagar is very good at is that we do a lot of recruitment of spouses. This may seem very obvious, but it doesn't happen everywhere. I have many stories about my own journey in several established institutions where my CV was not even looked at. The minute they realized my spouse was applying, I was asked to apply for a postdoc position, although I had an equally. This is something which we do very well. We independently look at the CVs and we make an offer based on the independent departments. It's very important, I think. Maternity leave and on-site daycare is actually something which has become a reality in most Indian institutions now. And so this is again something which is different from the US. This was part of the why about why I moved here. And finally, children in workplace. This is something we need to normalize. So in addition to the daycare that we have, we are very, very, we celebrate children in the workplace, of course, with limits. We don't want to want them running around in the lab. However, we do want them in the building. I have taught with my daughter. In fact, she has attended more classes with my husband than me. Thought I would show you this video of me around 5 years ago when want to show. Can you yeah, I just this was a video of me. From the class. Everything like this. How long? Something which we should celebrate. Okay. So as of course my career grew, my group is also grown. This is my group as it stands today. And several of the students who have worked in the lab. We've also been able to attract funding. So all is great. So do you think? So in the past 9 years or so, I have kind of moved on from being a junior faculty to several student graduations, grants, promotions. You think, okay, this is great. Everything is solved. It's all fine. But what happens when you are 10 years into your career is that you get called for leadership roles because, of course, you're a woman in science, a woman leader, you need to start doing leadership roles. And this is where I have started, I've entered this territory very recently, and this is where actually there are a lot of issues still. And one of the most common issues is we are not in a room like this. There is something wrong with this. I will say wrong within multiple quotes. You're almost always the only woman. This is me almost every day when I'm attending these administrative meetings. This has not changed in the past 100 years. This is from the 1927 Solvay Conference. Madame Curie, only woman, again, a very one of our role models. This is the 2018 meeting in Rashtrapati Bhavan of all directors of IITs, ISC, ISERs, even ISER, not a single woman. So we are still not there. However, we are often placed into these rooms where we are the only woman, and that is where we get labeled not just as the only woman, the only difficult woman. We get noticed. And I would like to end with basically some terms which me and my female colleagues have been labeled. Now, these are already established, probably senior, more senior. Speak up, they're consistent, they're going to the chill, gossip, and word cloud I created myself. This is words which I have been, or my colleagues have been. And what I would like to say is, in the past year or so that I have been doing administrative roles wherein the gender ratio is really, really skewed, you really have to learn not to quit. That is the burden of tokenism. You think that you are in the room because you're a woman, you have to get rid of that. You also have to learn not to quit. You have to learn to disagree agreeably. Again, very interesting. And I can share stories. Very important, just like in the two-body problem, children issue, the allies are very important. Ask for help. Again, this is very important across genders. There is mix we have. Women don't get along with women. Saas Bahu stories. Women don't get along with men. So essentially, we have no friends. Get over that. There are friends. I have lots of interesting stories about particularly toxic, hostile situations in such administrative meetings where the people who've reached out are both men and women. So there are friends out there, find them, reach out to them, and finally develop these skills. So I'm sorry I went over that. That was all I wanted to talk about. I would like to give you Barbara, who represents passion for science. Goodall, who's also a scientist, one of the most leading primatologists in the world, who is feisty. So be passionate, be feisty. Thank you.
Well, just like comment that last year, this office regarding for challenges young scientists are young, but there I've noticed that officials are not ready to address many issues related. And convenience only suggested to address this. So, yeah,
that's why we keep having these meetings. Right?
Yeah. So, we can lunch. Our next speaker, Dr. Ratna from Ahmedabad. Dr. Ratna is an ecologist. He has done her PhD at INYAS Bangalore and also from University of Minnesota and
Okay, thank you. This is Ratna here, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me to a lovely workshop. And also, I think I don't have to talk a lot because Dr. Veda and Sharmishta has already set the stage for me. But I totally agree with all the points that they have told so far. The only thing that I will be talking today is my own journey, but also a very big disclaimer that please don't try to follow the crazy journey, the crazy decisions that I took, because often my father says that if there is everybody in the room and people are distributing ideas, you will be the first one to take up the most crazy idea, okay, and will be the very awkward one. So I think I have borrowed the title from the article that I recently wrote for India Bioscience because I think Dheeraj and myself did the YIM in a couple of months back. From being alien to native and my journey and everything in between. So thank you, India Bioscience. I just borrowed the title. I couldn't think of a better title than this. And I'm an ecologist, and maybe again that is odd one out because I'm probably the only ecologist in the room. So in the theory of ecology, what we say that when you are foreign to an ecosystem, the entire ecosystem actually responds to your introduction. And that is what is the alien part. And then what you do, you, as per Darwin's theory of natural selection, the only one that who can adapt are the ones who can survive. So once you start adapting, you start actually finding your um, nooks and corners, as Dr. Veda was saying, carving your own niche, or Sharmishta was saying, getting through all those holes and cracks that is going to work for you, then you finally get naturalized to that ecosystem. And that is what is the native part of the journey. So then you became a part of the system. It is never easy, and being a woman and being also not a very stereotyped woman, and I'm going to tell you more about the journey of what really I am, is got really difficult to do this journey. So before we start the journey, you really need to know the status of the passenger. Okay, so the passenger is a little bit introduction. Thank you, Sripanna, for the lovely introduction, but a little more introduction. I'm a field ecologist. An ecologist, I think that ecology word or the terminology may be familiar to you all. And I do work a lot in the field. That means in free-ranging populations in the wild. My areas of interest are animal behavior, conservation biology, wildlife endocrinology. I did a PhD from ISC and that too on elephants. By the way, these are all the model organisms that I've jumped or I have worked from one to another, starting from my master's to my PhD and then my postdoc. And this is all the model organisms that currently the lab works on. So you can really see, as Sharmishta was saying, that I've jumped quite a few model organisms, and I actually see it as diversity in organismal biology. So then after finishing my PhD, which was on elephants, and I still remember that so many people coming from a woman who was born and brought up in Kolkata, when I chose to do ecology, when I was always passionate about animals and going nature clubs and taking people to Sundarbans just so I can get a little bit of pocket money. It was came naturally to me that I will move into the discipline of ecology. But kudos and thanks to those professors in my undergraduate college who told me that if this is your hobby and passion, you really want to change it into your profession, which I had no clue those days that you can even convert this into your profession. Then I decided to do a PhD on elephants, and these are wild elephants. I worked in Nagarhole, Mudumalai, Kaziranga, and it was, I think I don't have to explain to anybody in this room that it was not an easy task to follow these elephants, to be taking the risk every day, actually. And I still remember I cannot be standing here and giving a talk if my parents didn't actually had the trust in me and had the confidence and let me fly, actually. So I still remember there was a very short conversation I had with my mother. I was almost decided that I'm going to do the PhD on elephants. She didn't want to interrupt. She just said, but there are people in ISC who works on honeybees and wasps. Okay. And I said, no, I want to work on elephants. And she's like saying, okay. And that's about it. I think they never ever then held me back or tried to brainwash. After doing a PhD in elephants, I again decided to move fields. So I wanted to not work, like continue working on terrestrial organisms. I had the collaborations going on when I was in Minnesota, but gradually move into the aquatic systems actually. Because if you keep working on the same organisms, it's almost like you're a pair of hands helping and you're not really learning or developing new skills. That was something actually I was not happy with, because being this crazy woman, I always love to take challenges. So there you go. I jumped into the Mississippi River, not literally jumped, okay, but I started working on the invasive big-headed carp in the Mississippi River. And I don't want to tell you the stories, but there are crazy things that happen there also, like losing the boat motor at 2 in the morning when we were tracking these fish and we are stuck in the middle of the backwaters of Mississippi. But I'm alive and I found my way to the shore. So then unlike Dr. Veda and Sharmishta, I am not that senior and I do not consider myself to be leader at all. My journey at Ahmedabad University as a faculty is only 6 years back. I started at Ahmedabad University and the journey still continues. And there is a lot of exciting things and enthusiastic things we do in the lab. But today, I'm not going to give the easy talk, which is the science talk. It's very easy to give. But if you're interested, you can always visit my website and read about it. So what are the first few challenges when I landed at Ahmedabad University? There were many more when I think what again Sharmishta was saying that which institute to pick and where you want to go. But those decisions were taken when I decided to join finally Ahmedabad University. The first few challenges, and these are real questions that I was actually people asked me, came up to me and asked me, and I not know if I had an answer for this, but I'm just going to share my story that how I navigated through this difficult process. The first question they asked, what are you doing in a biology department? Is ecology really a part of biology? They had this doubts actually, even when I was hired as a faculty of ecology in the not only in the university, these questions even came from outside the university in the bigger, larger network of the biology. The next thing is that if you are a field ecologist, you really need to be in the lab. So then the thing is that you don't spend 24 hours in the field. You do have other things to ask and analyze, and that's where you need the lab. Some people related fieldwork is going on vacation actually, and it is still a major concept for everybody that, wow, we are attending these meetings and we are sitting in the committee and we are slogging ourselves. And there you are, you took a bag and took off and you went to the field and you had a gala time. Sorry guys, when I go to the field, it's not a gala time. For me, vacation is sitting by a pool and sipping beer. Well, not in Gujarat maybe, but that is not his field work, or that is not his vacation. Any other, how will you balance between teaching and field work? These were very difficult conversations, as well as choosing the model organisms. This was the hardest. So when I joined in 2018, there were many of my colleagues and peer group who had joined other places within the country, and they actually, some of them were working on urban wildlife because they were in ISERs, and ISERs have a very heavy load of teaching, like many of the universities, like Ahmedabad University. And because of the teaching and the field work, it becomes very difficult that when are you going to go away and when you have to teach almost all 4-5 days in a week. So that's the reason many of them chose backyard model organism. And like working on sparrows, working on babblers, or working on invertebrates, which are found in the urban wildlife. But something that I have been passionate about and I have been interested is actually wild organisms. So this was a very difficult decision that I took, that should I just settle down for an urban biodiversity, or should I be picking up something that I'm heavily passionate about, but maybe logistically will be very difficult to do, but that is far away from the urban life. So the questions were never easy, but I actually tried to, in my own crazy way, try to answer or navigate these challenges. The first few months are very easy. People wanted to ask about, is really ecology a part of biology? I just directed them to class 10 or class 12 biology book, that please learn your biology discipline, which tells about biology is the study of living organisms, and ecology is more about organismal biology. So that was really field ecology and why do you need a lab? I do my lab and my research group. We do a lot of hormone and DNA work to understand the mechanisms that actually govern animal behavior. And so I really pushed that, yes, I do need a lab because I cannot be sitting in the wild all the time and analyzing my samples. My samples come back with me to the campus and they get analyzed in the lab. What is field work and is it equivalent to a vacation? Most of the time, me being a very outspoken and extrovert, the only answer I gave was an eye roll. But sometimes I was very polite and I said that no, this is not a vacation. And if you are really very curious about it, why don't you join us for a day in the field? And I think that did wonder because nobody wanted to join me for my field work, looking at all the leech bites, stick bites, and the crazy change in complexion you have when you before field and after field photographs. So that was the answer for most of those questions. Balance between and field work. So, and also choosing the model organism. Yes, I actually gave preference to my passion. So I chose to work on wild organisms like wildlife in the forest rather than the urban part of it. So my lab works on freshwater crocodiles, which are present in remote areas of Kutch as well as Anand and Vadodara. If you guys are familiar with the Gujarat map, it is all close by, at least Anand and Vadodara. Kutch is far away. I chose to work there because I thought I will listen to my heart rather than taking a very calculated decision to work within the urban boundaries of the city. But because I did that, the other thing that I sacrificed, and this is only one of the sacrifices that I'm talking about, is just gave up all my weekends. So I requested the then dean and the administration part that can we have my teaching responsibilities Monday, Thursday, so that then I can be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, to all of them, and also thanks to Shamisha again for setting up the stage, I could do that because, as such, I also is not a very stereotyped woman. I do not have the bags and packages of a husband and a kid. I love to call them bags and packages. Sorry about that, but I could do that because I didn't fit the standard prototype. Okay, but there may be challenges there for all of us in different ways, depending on where you stand in the society or what kind of responsibility you had. But this is how I started doing the field work to go out in the weekends, be with my students, do the field over the weekend, and then come back and on a Monday morning and get going with your usual responsibility. I still do that mostly on almost every week. But now I think the frequency has reduced because thank God the first generation of students are there and they can also put such responsibilities. Now, was it easy, these learnings? Never. It was definitely not easy. And being this outspoken, extrovert, and crazy lady, it even became very difficult. Very soon, I think, when all Dr. Veda and Sharmishta already spoke about it, very soon you got the label of this grumpy, overconfident, bossy, because when a woman has a voice, it's called as a boss, actually. Even the boss title itself is a problem because it has probably more meaningful to a man. So that didn't deter me. I knocked as many doors as possible. Didn't actually really think if that person is in the university or outside the university. My only I was fortunate. The only advantage I had is that I did a PhD in India. So I had a very active ecology network within India. So when I came back after 6 years of postdoc in Minnesota, I could revive that network. So even when I faced a difficulty in the immediate setup, I could actually reach out for suggestions, reach out for advice, even from people outside the university, that how should I be tackling this situation. So that's how I built a community, not necessarily within the university, but more importantly, outside the university. Because I do believe that ecology or any kind of science can never be done in a silo, in within four walls. You need to have an identity within the country, and that's the reason it's very important to set up that broader network within the country as well as across the globe. Good to have friends. The other thing is that in this process, you start losing friends. You almost feel like that there is almost nobody standing next to you, because again, this all happened because you were the hired as the first ecologist to the campus, and you are fighting for all these different things. Give me lab, give me field, let me go to the field, or allow my students to go to the field and all that. So you know, that process, you finally suddenly one day see that there's nobody standing next to you. You're just being labeled this grumpy lady who's just alone sitting in one corner. But that is something that, again, going back to my previous two speakers, that it should not again deter you. It should not make you feel that you should quit. And it is good to have friends, but however, that is not the only motto. I think we all believe in this room that actually we are here because it's of the science that we do, it is the passion that we have. So that those are the reasons I stood my ground. In fact, I stood my ground probably so strong like an elephant, or so that it was very difficult to move me around. So what happened is, this is what, when you have high risk, there is high gain. You need to risk yourself. You need to take that jump. You need to maybe do that fight. Maybe you need to raise your voice a little bit, so that ultimately at the end of the day, you can get things that will be useful, that will be advantageous. One such incidence is authorized absence. I was the first one in my university who went up to the dean of the undergraduate college and saying that I need to take my students to field work. My PhD students also should be doing field work. So field work should not be seen again as a vacation or a leave. There should be authorized absence for that. And so that was introduced in the policy of the undergraduate teaching because of the, and because of, we had a voice to raise that concern. So with all this, how do we, I'm not going into the details of how did I attract the students. I would really like to thank Ahmedabad University Faculty Development Alliance that led me actually to go to many institutes within the country to bring students to my lab. Also, at the same time, I started teaching field-based courses like the animal behavior, where I used to take students to the field so that they learn what and how it is to do ecology. And that's where I started getting PhD or master's student in the lab, which was very helpful. And what can help you create identity? I think many things can help you create identity. I'm really thankful to all my mentors who came and visited in the first year when I joined the university. It's just one phone call and they were there. It helped me create the identity because they came and gave ecology, animal behavior talk to a larger group of people, which again instigated them in thinking that yes, this field needs and has certain criteria to be fulfilled. Also, organizing conferences on campus help me attract and connect to the larger network of people or larger community of people within our country. What were the support systems? I think the support systems for sure is the first group of students who join your lab, who actually are there when your lab looks like this. And then is actually, they're still there when the lab now looks like this. The best support system is your own group and your students. And then the other support system, I also received a lot of support nationally and internationally from different people across the country, as well as obviously without money, nothing moves. So definitely the funding organizations were kind enough to give the money. what will happen with this? I'm going to skip the science part of it. This is all the lab works on and we have published. But the one interesting thing that I want to mention, university now has an ecology, environment, climate change cluster. So the journey started from being the single ecologist knocking every door possible in 2018. And here you go 2023, when there are 3 other ecologists hired on the campus and the university decides to start a cluster where these research groups can come together and build a larger question to answer these critical things in biodiversity and conservation. And we are all working together. I think this is a larger win than our own lab goals or grant sanctions. So I think with this, I will just say a couple of burning concerns. I think some disciplines are in minority. I think in most of the biological and life sciences division, disciplines like ecology, there are other disciplines also, maybe neurobiology and few other, which are minority. Minority disciplines need more facilitation and support rather than opposition because they have their own set of challenges. When I was sending these students or my students when they do field work, one of the challenges I still face is how to actually give them a proper insurance. Because if anything happens to them, these are extremely risky environment. If anything happens to them, it's me who is responsible for that. And if it's me, then it's also the institute where I work is responsible. So minority problems, I think, is everywhere there, but it's also there in the field of science, which needs more support and facilitation. Then inclusive DEI, I think we are all part of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not only in terms of gender, it's also in terms of including as much diversity of organisms, as well as not looking at to a gender, thinking that he or she fits into a standard prototype. So whenever you meet a woman, you cannot start a conversation, how is your spouse, how is your kid? You have to actually do a more inclusive conversation. A woman can also talk science. A woman can also be thinking more about building centers and not really only talking about family. And overtly, I think a man talking in the room and a woman talking in the room is a way difference because you have to be more emphatic, overtly assertive, a little bit casualness. You actually slip into a conversation which can totally digress from the main topic because they start taking you very casually. So then this overtly assertive. And last but not the least is that we have to remember that when you're criticizing a work, you are criticizing the work or you're criticizing the system, and this has all professional and nothing to do with stuff, or nobody has any personal biases. So with this, I would like to stop here and the journey continues, and I am only at probably the foothills of the Himalayas. Thank you. Yes, Anindita is a very good friend. No, now it's the ecology and environment lab. We have put everything together.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll take a break now and then we can join for virtual class. After the joints.
Where is that? फोटो जूम पे मैम है जूम पे मैडम आ गई ठीक है फोटो लेके फिर मैं आता हूँ
जी 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 sure मैम। तो आपको मैं मैप भेजता हूँ अपना, है लाइव लोकेशन भेजता हूँ, आप वहाँ आ जाइए। हाँ ये गलत चले गए, यू वेंट ऑन द बैक साइड। लुक एट दिस बिग लाल कलर का बिल्डिंग दिखेगा आपको, लाल मीनार दिखेगा आपको, वो वहां पे आना है पार्किंग के लिए। क्या नहीं तो वापस नहीं, वापस जाके ना, यू विल हैव टू टेक अ यू टर्न मैम। हाँ ठीक, आ जाइए प्लीज प्लीज, आप एक बार ढूंढ के आ जाइए ना मैम, अभी यहाँ पे सेशन शुरू हो रहा है। आप प्लीज एकेडमिक बिल्डिंग 4 आप आ जाइए ना प्लीज। श्योर। हाय वैष्णवी।
Hi, Dheeraj. How's it
Oh yeah,
going?
hi Vishnu. So sorry, just one second. I'll come on this side of the camera. If you can see.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for
No
connecting.
worries.
We just had the first session and having tea outside. Then
No
maybe
worries.
that's,
That's okay. That's no problem. I'll be here.
I also see Ornav and Vidita online. Thank you, Ornav and Vidita, for joining us. A couple of people could not come in person, so have interaction. See you in a few
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, am I audible? I'm not sure if you can check your slides once, whether they are moving or not. Hello.
Hi, I can't hear you very well, but that's okay. Should I go ahead and get started? Your voice is breaking up completely. It is not hearing you at all.
Dheeraj sir, the system sound in your laptop, which is connected to the main conference room, it is not audible to into the Zoom account, into the Zoom meeting right now.
Okay.
Still not clearly audible, ma'am. It's glitching.
Now,
Uh, Better, ma'am. Can you like say a few lines, then I can give the right feedback.
yeah, so I have 4 talks here, 4 virtual talks. Is it also-
Not clearly audible, ma'am. It is glitching in between.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Uh, Hello, ma'am. Are you speaking something?
Audible now?
Uh, yes, ma'am. Audible, but the voice is not very clear, ma'am.
Am I audible?
I think Dheeraj was speaking to me before without the mic, and I could hear him very well for some reason, but I can't hear you when you're using the mic.
ठीक है, ये चल रहा है ना? Hello. So we have 4 virtual talk. We have 4 virtual talk. So the first virtual talk will be given by Dr. Vaishnavi Ananthanarayanan. So Vaishnavi is working on cytoskeleton and motors. Their aim, she did her PhD in biophysics from MPI of Molecular Cell Biology and Genetics, Dresden. Currently, she is a group leader at EMBL Australia node in single molecular science, University of New South Wales, Sydney. So Vaishnavi.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. It's a pity that I couldn't be there in person, but this is the next best thing for me at this point, and I'm happy to participate today.
Vaishnavi,
So
unmute
today
yourself.
I am unmuted.
Ma'am, madam is unmuted and audible to me.
I am unmuted. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, actually, I can hear you,
Okay.
but I'm online again.
Okay.
Yeah, Vaishnavi, can you say a few words just to check?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
No, it's not coming.
Okay. So there's something with relaying it inside the room, is it?
Yeah. Hi, Vishnu. Hi, Vishnu, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Here. Just one second. Yeah, we can start now, Vishnu.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now?
Rohini, can you hear?
No.
All right, they can hear. Yeah. We can go ahead, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So today I'm going to be talking to you about Bias Watch India, of course. This is an initiative that Shruti Murlidhar from Deep Genomics in Canada and I co-founded in 2020. If you do not know who we are, that's Shruti, in fact, in the corner there. But Bias Watch India is a collective that we co-founded to help highlight the lack of women representation and gender imbalance in Indian STEM talks, conferences, workshops, and panels. To give you a very brief history.
Vaishnavi, just wait a second.
Okay.
Yeah. And then yeah. I think something.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's not getting connected to the mic here. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Now, can you say something?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
नहीं सिर्फ बस पे जा रहा है नॉर्मल वाले हाँ वैसे Vishnu, can you say something? Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Hello,
Yeah, let's start once again, Vaishnavi.
Sorry?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah.
You can all hear me again?
Just ask it a bit louder. Yeah, Vashmi, just a bit louder. I think there is some issue with the speakers here.
I'm happy to also send a recording of this from previously if that's easier for you. If this is going to be difficult to set up, no worries. Can you hear me?
It's better, but still there's some issue.
Okay. Dheeraj, do you want me to just send a recording of a previous talk of mine? It's not
No,
fully
it's
up.
good. It's good. It's good now. Now it's good. Question, we can continue. Thanks. I think let's.
Okay. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll jump right into it. I told you about Shruti, who is the co-founder. She's in Deep Genomic Canada at this point. So we started in end of June 2020, and we basically did this because we kept seeing conferences where there weren't enough women speakers. And this was especially apparent during the pandemic when all talks were online primarily. And the announcements for these conferences and seminars also went online. And so we kept seeing all these different conferences, all of which had very few women speakers. And so we started this initiative with an idea to model it after Bias Watch Neuro, which is an organization that documents and highlights women representation in neuroscience conferences specifically. We think our work is important because Indian science does have a dearth of women voices and representation. I'm sure everybody in the room can appreciate that. Women scientists are regularly excluded from science conferences, panel discussions, and awards. And effectively, Bias Watch India was formed to highlight these inequities and provide real-time actionable data as a basis for future remedial steps. So our mission is to increase the awareness of MANLs, and I think we've done that quite successfully in the past couple of years. We want to document the lack of women representation in STEM fields in Indian academia. And again, I think we've done that quite successfully in the past couple of years, and I'll show you some data to show that. And we effectively want to provide up-to-date data on base rates for future policy making. We're hoping this will come to fruition at some point. And we want to also empower people who think they do not have a voice to call out MANLs when they see them. So typically students or people who aren't willing to put themselves out there, write to us telling us about conferences they've come across that have very few women speakers or specific instances where they think there isn't enough women representation. And so we've in the past called out or documented these as well. So how do we do what we do? When we think about conferences, typically we have a poster. We have been primarily relying on our Twitter network to come across conferences. We get alerted by our Twitter network, or we use just a web search to look for conferences in STEM fields in India. Twitter, of course, has become a lot less reliable of late, so we have to think about new ways in which we can do this. But in any case, primarily what we do is look for these conference posters and go through the speaker list. And effectively, then we look at the proportion of women speakers in each of these conferences. For instance, in this case, we had 6 speakers who are women out of 18. And so the women speaker ratio is 0.33 or 30%. So we calculate the proportion of women speakers. But for this to make any sense, we need to compare this against the proportion of women in academia and Indian academia specifically in this instance. And so we do calculate also something that's called the base rate. We actually collect data for this. And the base rate is nothing but the number of women scientists or faculty members to the total number of scientists or faculty members within a specific institute or university or for all of Indian science. And you'll see here that we've actually done this for multiple fields and also for all of Indian science in total. So how do we do this? So us, Shruti and I, as well as a bunch of volunteers and interns, went to individual websites of multiple universities and institutes, including the Indian Institute of Science, where I used to work previously. And we collect base rates for different fields of biology, chemistry, computer science, and so on, and for science overall, science/engineering. And when we do this for 97 top-ranked universities and institutes, what we see is that overall, sorry, did somebody say something? Overall, the base rate. The base rate of women faculty in Indian science is 0.17 or 17%. And you can see that biology has one of the highest base rates of 0.23 or 23%. So what this means is that of all the faculty members in these institutes that we have documented, 23% of the faculty members are women. And you can see that other fields have a similar base rate ranging from 0.08 or 8% for engineering to about 17% to math and in math and earth sciences. And what's also quite interesting is we dug in a little deeper. So we're still in the process of analyzing this data. And when we dug a little deeper and looked at the top 8 institutes or universities in the NERF 2022 rankings, we see that the base rate of women faculties in these institutes is significantly lower than the overall base rate of universities across the country. And this possibly says something about how these institutes select for the faculty members and what kinds of criteria they think are important and how they enforce them. This is something we can discuss, but this was, I thought, an interesting outcome of our data collection. So once we have these base rates, we can now go ahead and look at, one other thing I included here and I forgot to mention is that we have these base rates that we've collected are in fact quite similar to the prior base rates or the female researchers as a percentage of total researchers, similar to the kind of analysis we've done by, this was from UNESCO in 2018. You see that India is actually doing not so great within Asia, sitting right there at 14%. So if you also compare the different base rates that we have, this is slightly older statistics, so please excuse me, but for all practical purposes, this is quite similar to what we have as the current statistics. But you'll see that India fares poorly in all fields compared to the United States and the UK when it comes to the base rate of women faculty. So now that we have the base rates for women faculty in different fields and overall for Indian science, we looked at how the proportion of women speakers in conferences in these fields fared against the base rates for those same fields. And you can see here that there are a bunch of conferences that we documented. In fact, we had 293 conferences that we documented between June 2020 and August 2021 that is represented here. But in fact, we have a lot more that we are in the process of collating for a report that we're hopefully going to be submitting very soon and publishing with the data that we've collected. But effectively, what we see is that if you look at the median proportion of women speakers in conferences in biology, for instance, this is around 20%. This is still lower than the base rate for that field, which is around 23%. So what this implies is that women are being underrepresented at conferences. In fact, you can see that in some of the fields, the proportion of women in conferences is a lot lower than the base rate for the field. In fact, most of them in engineering, math, and physics, for instance, have zero women representation in several of their conferences. And what seems to I'll skip through here. What seems to also be quite apparent is regardless of what your proportion of women speakers is for the conference, the median is, every single field has several conferences that feature absolutely no women speakers, something we call manels. And yeah, so basically, if we look at the proportion of conferences that underrepresent women, which is indicated by these blue arrowheads here, you'll see that these 60% of conferences actually have women speaker ratios that is below the base rate for that field, meaning they are underrepresenting women. And if you look at the proportion of women conferences that have no women speakers, it's actually a large 40%. So across the board, all fields are underrepresenting women and all fields have multiple conferences. In fact, 40% of all conferences feature no women speakers. And this, I think, is something we shouldn't be quiet about. I will end very quickly here also in the interest of time by talking about a few activities that we've done in the past few years, in addition to the data collection that you just saw. We've been providing conference supplements of up to 10,000 rupees for Indian STEM conferences that feature at least 30% women. And we've done this for quite a few conferences now. So if you're interested in organizing a conference that features at least 30% women, please do get in touch with us. We'd be happy to help you in a small way with the organization. We also conducted conferences that feature only women speakers, such as the Neuropharm India that we held in 2021. We haven't had one such conference since then yet, but if anybody in the audience is interested, we are more than happy to help you because we have an entire protocol. We're happy to help you with the Zoom subscription, stuff like that. So please do let me know if you're interested. Like I mentioned just a little while ago, we're actually writing a report which collates all of the data that we've collected thus far. And one thing we've been thinking about, ruminating, we've been having discussions with several people, it hasn't come to fruition yet, is looking to fund women or marginalized students to take up summer internships in labs of women and marginalized scientists. If anybody in the audience can help us with this or can help us network with the interested parties, please do let us know. That we'd be more than happy to have a chat. And finally, I think none of our work would be possible without all the amazing people that have been part of Bias Watch India in some form or the other in the past 3 years, 2.5 years, actually 3 years now. It's already July. An EMBO Young Investigator Award is what I've been using for funding this activity, and Alba helped us with the Neuropharm India conference. That's our Twitter handle. If you haven't seen our Twitter feed, please do go ahead and take a look. Also our website, where you'll find multiple resources. All these numbers that I've shown you today, most of it is up there already, but also other resources on reports and resources on EDI is also available there. And that's it from me. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwini. Thanks for saving 2 minutes of this session as we are running late. So if you have any question, yeah. Can you come here? I think it would be. Hello, it was a very nice talk, and the data actually supports a lot of things that we are talking here today. So I wanted to ask you, when you showed this data, biology, chemistry, can you please open that slide? So in this, what are the inputs for the science field? Not this one, I think it was another one.
Oh, so this was for the conferences, right? So anything that couldn't be classified into one specific category, we put it in the science, overall in general category. For
So
instance,
they are being counted twice, the ones of biology and chemistry?
No.
Okay.
So if a conference was, let's say, biological chemistry, we just put it into one and did not count it in the other. Science conferences are those that are general science conferences. They didn't really have a specific field that they were catering to. That's what the science conferences are. I mean, there are examples that you can find on our website.
And a similar thing you have done for engineering and computer science. So computer science is in science or engineering?
No, computer science we put separately. Engineering is mechanical, anything else that comes up, basically. Nothing electrical, mechanical, any other kind of engineering apart from computer science we put in engineering. We did that because there were quite a few. So this was based on the departments that we came across most frequently when we were collecting our data for the base rates. More often than not, what we saw was that computer science was in a specific department of its own and was not clubbed with engineering, which is why we did this.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Now we will move towards our next virtual talk by Dr. Arnab Datta from IIT Bombay. Arnab is a bio-inspired catalyst designer. Their lab works on the development of molecular catalysts that can perform small molecule activation reaction under the most practical conditions. Arnab did her PhD at Arizona State University, and after that he was a postdoctoral fellow at Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, USA. And yeah, Arnav, floor is yours.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Suparna, for this nice introduction. And it was always a pleasure to be connected to IIT Gandhinagar. I started my independent career at IIT Gandhinagar, so it is always close to my heart. And today I am very much pleased to be a part of this particular platform where we are actually discussing one of the important factors that is not only important for the Indian, but for the whole global science. And over here today, after listening to 4 of the other colleagues who actually just discussed about the different aspects of women faculties that they're actually facing or they're experiencing during their career, I'm going to tell you the story from probably on the other side. So I would first give the disclaimer that I am always very fortunate or lucky to be always connected to women faculty members as my mentors, as my colleagues, or as my students. So today I'm going to tell you the story, like how was my interaction with all of them and how I always felt that I got benefited with those particular interactions. So my start, to be honest, it started from the other spectrum. I started my study in school. So up till class 12th, I always studied in the boys' school. So girl students or women students are kind of alien to me till that point of the time. And then I joined at BSc at Presidency College, where all of a sudden I found 40% of our class members are girls. And as we started most of the Indian academics, so first we looked into our friends more of like foes because we are competitors. We always wanted to be the top of our class. But later on, we find out like it is the learning is more important than fighting with each other, but we can actually learn better with each other. And this collaborative interaction probably actually initiated by the students who are actually girls in the classes. Because I actually was staying in a hostel, so most of the time I missed most of the morning classes. And my friends over there actually are very, I would say, generous. So they actually give their own notes. Even if you ask them before the night of the exam, they are kind enough to give the notes. And most of them are actually girls, and I still are in good touch with them. One of my batchmate is actually currently my colleague over here at IIT Bombay. So they're always like that. And this is something like I learned from there, like it is not always about the competition. We can actually help each other and can learn more. And then I would also like to mention one of particular faculty member during my BSc from Presidency College, Professor Snigdha Gangopadhyay. So as I am actually staying in the hostel, and most of the time I'm missing a lot of classes, especially the lab classes. And over there, most of the teachers are not very happy with that, and they are not agreed to sign our lab notebooks, which is very important to get sure that you actually get passed in the college courses so that you can appear in the university courses. So Professor Snigdha Gangopadhyay is the only one who actually like rebuked us a bit, but at the end, we know like she is the mother figure. We actually have to go and cry a little bit, make some excuses. She will be hard at the beginning, but at the end, she will always sign those things and make sure that our academic career doesn't get hampered. So that is actually a very important career lesson, that we always have to be student first mentality, which is actually very nicely practice over there at IIT Gandhinagar. So the first lesson of that I actually got at Presidency College, Kolkata, and from Professor Snigdha Gangopadhyay. And I'm still in connection with her, and she is as good as she was, and she was still actually very caring till today. And then I moved to IIT Bombay, where I am right now for my master's. And then there's another shift in the paradigm where, again, out of 25 master students at that point of time, we have no girls. And at that point of time, we don't have even any female faculty members at chemistry department. So what my previous speaker was saying, what is the scenario we're seeing? It was way worse like 20, 30 years back. So at that time, still, as I said, I'm always lucky to have a connection with a female colleague. And over there, when I started my research at Professor Gautam Kumar Lahiri's lab, I was fortunate enough to get connected with one of the PhD, a senior PhD student, Sandeep Ghumman. So she was the first one who actually taught me the basics of research, how research can be very exciting. You can actually spend nights in the lab for the search of newer things. And she actually ignited this interesting interest in research. And I was very fortunate about that. And right now, Sandeep Guman became my colleague in a way because she actually joined at Delhi University as a faculty member. And I can see like the focus she has and how she looked into the different research projects. That is actually very useful for me as I was learning the first tricks of the research career. And then I took a leap of faith. I would say I went to Arizona State University. And during that time when we were actually applying for different universities, it's still there like, what is the more important thing? It is the rank of the university or how many papers that group you have published that you're actually interested in. And I have chosen a bioinorganic chemistry group where the faculty member has just joined and no student either. But I really liked the way she has posed the research questions. And I had a long discussion with my faculty members over here, and most of them said like, don't go to a new lab and you never know how it's going to work. And I was actually not very sure either. But then when I applied, Professor Ann Jones, who is actually my PhD mentor, so she actually wrote me a very nice email like what she is actually doing and what are the things she has planned for in the upcoming days and how I can be a part of that. And she actually mentioned over there, it is totally up to you whether you want to join or not. And I'll be very happy if you join, but if you also want to take some time and look into the other labs, I'm also okay with that. And I really like that particular like straightforwardness and like the honesty over there. And I can clearly see like, yes, this is the person I really like to work with. And then I joined over there as the first PhD student. And I would say I was very lucky about that because I had a first-hand chance to work with her in the lab. So I learned from my supervisor directly rather than the later students who actually have to learn from me. So maybe some of the loss of information about there. But I got the chance to learn from the best. And I would like to say like one of the best thing I learned from Ann Jones, because it is a US university where diversity is an important factor. In India, when I was a student, I didn't really realize the diversity factor that way because we are all Indians in a way. So we don't really differentiate between a North Indian and East Indian and South Indian that way as a students. But over there, I understand like, okay, there are different cultures, different languages, and we have to be appreciative of it. And this particular lesson I actually learned from my PhD supervisor, Ann Jones, and I was always faithful for that and actually always found that it is a very important lesson to my life as actually went myself into the academic career. And then, as I said, I was the first PhD student. So my supervisor, Anne, actually took very good care of me, even like each and every term, what is actually happening in my project and also what's happening in my personal life. So sometimes we actually end up like working in the academia and we look into our students like from a distance and we probably don't even know like what is actually happening to their life. But Anne actually always take care of us, each of us individually, like what is happening in our life, if there is any issue. So he used to listen to us, even sometimes give some suggestions, and that is actually very useful. And that is also a unique lesson for me. Like students are not like my workers, they are my colleagues, so I have to take care of them. So this is a very important lesson we actually learned from her. And then she also take care of like where I should go for a postdoc, and I got multiple postdoc offers. And at that time, she actually tell me, don't go to this lab. This person might be a little bit harsh on you. I know you are a very soft person, so probably this group will be better suited. And those are like very important factors, and that actually helped to carve out my future career accordingly. So I am always very thankful to Anne for that. And then after discussion with her, I went to another faculty who is also a lady, Wendy Shaw. So she was in Pacific Northwest National Lab where I went for my postdoc. And over there, I see a little bit of shift because Wendy is not only a faculty member, but she is also a leader in the physical science division where I was working. So this is the first time I saw like a faculty member who is a female also taking the lead. So which is kind of new to me. And I always found like, I really like that, like she always took the decisions on her own and she was always straightforward, like what comes to her mind, she speaks that. So there is no like other way around when she is actually discussing the points. So I really like that. And she is actually an exceptional researcher. And the other thing I really like from her is that the flexibility she gave me to work and all the other researchers working with her. So that is something I found, like it is not like everybody is going to follow your footsteps or your schedule to work. So you have to appreciate others like schedule or others practices and let them work on their own way. And that is another important lesson what I also try to include in my research. And that is I learned from Wendy. And also the other thing I like, as she is in the position of a leadership role, over there, I found that how she is managing different persons of different categories. So for an example, a postdoctoral researcher, a PhD student, an intern, or even a non-scientific worker. So how she actually manages that, but how to balance this human resources, that is actually a very important lesson for me. And that gave me an idea, like probably whether I will be fitted for academia or not, because that becomes one of the important aspects in your life rather than doing research all the time. And over there, one of the other important factor I really like from both of them, from Anne and Wendy, is that how they balance their work and life. So Anne was a mother of 3, and she was gave birth to her second child when I was doing my PhD. And I was amazed that during her pregnancy, she used to come almost till the birth of her second child. And within a week or so after the birth, she again comes back, and how she balances it. And it's like they're actually separate your work and life, but they don't have to be against each other. They can actually coexist, and how to balance it is a very important lesson I learned from them. And over there, I would like to mention 2 important persons, the spouses of Anne and Wendy. So Anne's husband was Venkat, who is actually a faculty member at ASU. And Wendy's husband, Frank, was a professional. And over there, I found like how actually they support the career of Anne and Wendy correspondingly. And over there, I found like it is like you keep the space of your job, you keep the space for your spouses, and at some point in time, you find some commonality. And the most important thing, give importance to both of your work simultaneously and similarly, which is actually an important factor for my own life, because my wife is also a scientist. And whenever something comes up, like who has to sacrifice? So it is not always that because I'm a man, it is always her thing to sacrifice. It's sometimes I also have to go back 2 steps and provide her the opportunity. So we have to take like both of those things together, thinking like it is our scenario rather than it is mine or her. So that is a very important aspect of equality of space that I actually learned from both of the Venkat and Frank. And that was a very important lesson. And then I had the opportunity to join IIT Gandhinagar. I joined there in 2015. And over there, I got like not only the first segment of my faculty colleague, but I would just still say like they're actually part of my family still now. And over there in chemistry department, I was connected to Professor Shivapriya and Professor E.T. Gupta, who helped me a lot. And also from the other departments also, Professor Madhumita, Professor Sharmishta, who is actually there one of the speakers, Professor Sharmita Lahiri, Uttama Lahiri, Joyce Maki, and Neil Dhara. They are the commonalities where we actually exchange a lot of ideas. And over there, I would especially like to mention Madhumita and Shivapriya, who actually have our interactions go beyond just colleagues. We become like family members to them. And I faced a lot of problems when I actually first joined there at IIT Bombay, personal, professional, and all the time. I can always go to them and being a crybaby, and they're always patient enough to listen to me and help me out with all the different aspects I am facing in my day-to-day life. So that was very thankful. I am very thankful to them for that. And it was very, I would say, heartbreaking when I actually have to move to IIT Bombay. And that's the thing, I still miss my close family relation with all the faculty members. And over there, all the female colleagues are actually important aspect of that my life. And then I joined IIT Bombay in 2020, and over there when I joined, now we have 4 faculty members who are female, so close to 10% what the previous speaker has shown. So we are actually almost on the part of that. And over there, I out of the 4 colleagues, Professor Nandita Madhavan is actually a colleague with whom I actually shared a course. So over there, I really like, so she is a little bit senior to me. So she always gives me a lot of ideas, like you should probably follow these particular things when you're teaching, because you're teaching a first year BTech class, which is always a big, I would say, question on our teaching abilities. So it was very helpful for me that actually Nandita, who is actually a seasoned teacher, and she always helped me. And I always like she always tell like, these are the things I made the mistakes, so you don't do those mistakes. So it is always an openness, and the approachability is always there. So I really learned from her and like her on that aspect. And then we have Ruchi Anand, who is actually a senior professor and a very well-established faculty member in her field, over the science field in India. So I really learned from her, like how she carry herself, especially like how to keep the confidence in you, because sometimes we do science, we are confident, but when you're talking to an audience, sometimes we feel like, is my work so good? Is everybody's going to accept my work? So how to avoid this kind of second thoughts and just enjoy your science and explain your research to others. This is something I really learned from Ruchi a lot. And he's always also another person, like if I have a problem and go there, like how to do this thing. And she's always open up, like you can do this thing. These are the things I have done. I have been successful in this. So this is always a very good interaction between us all the time. And then my other 2 colleagues, Shobna and Ishita, are actually more of my contemporaries. So it is more of like the junior group faculties, kind of like finding like what are the do's and don'ts and share notes among each other. And among those 2, Ishita is actually my batchmate, as I mentioned earlier, during my bachelor. So we are good friends from them. So kind of like anything happens at IIT Bombay, we have to like uh, like off our steam. So we actually call each other and find out like, okay, this is not happening very well. This person is saying with this. And over there, we always find the confidence among themselves and the, I would say, the peace of mind we actually keep with each other discussion. So that was actually a very important thing. And finally, as I started my own career, I started having my own PhD students. And again, as I said, I am very lucky to have female colleagues all the time. My first PhD student was Shikha Khandelwal, who graduated from IIT Gandhinagar. She was also a girl student, and she actually helped me to establish my lab. So if I say like percentage wise, how much effort she has and I have, she has more contribution than me to establish my lab. And currently I have multiple MSc students, PhD students, and postdocs and interns who are also girls. And I was just calculating just in the morning, I have almost 40% of my lab members are actually female members. And over there, when I'm actually selecting them or taking them, it never occurs to me like I'm selecting a female student or a male student. It's like it goes automatically, like whoever is the best and whoever is actually showing the promise, trying to work with them. And over them, that is how it actually ends up at the end. And I always found that, the most of the students who actually work with me, the girl students are very organized and very responsible. So over there in my lab, there are different responsibilities for each lab instrument, and most of them are actually very nicely controlled or I would say maintained by the female students. So over there, I was very lucky about that. So these things actually come to my mind later, that a female student is playing that role, but they're always the main instrumental role in my lab. And at the end, I would like to also mention that when I was a student, when I was actually just starting my bachelor's, I actually used to have a lot of stereotyping in me. Like, for an example, chemistry or biology. Biology is for girls because that is best suited for them. So thankfully, with all my journey, I had the chance to be in touch with a very like brilliant minds who are actually females, and I am actually devoid of those stereotypes now. And it is very important that we are acknowledging this factor right now at this moment in an open platform, that this is actually a problem and we have to rectify that or find this probable solution, how to move towards the right direction. So with that, I would like to mention that, as I said, like I was always very lucky that I had the chance to interact with a lot of erudite academicians and scholars. And right now over here, even as a part of INYAS, I'm learning with a lot of my colleagues, including Sriparna. So this is actually a very important learning lesson for me. And I hope I will continue to learn further and become a better person so that I can look to my colleagues as human beings rather than looking at them as a female or male. So with that, I'd like to end my talk and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
In person. But anyway, thanks for joining in virtual mode also. So do you have any question? If not, then let us move to our next speaker, Professor Vidita Vaidya from TIFR. So as an alumni of TIFR, I'm thrilled to introduce Vidita. Vidita is a neurobiologist. She did her PhD from Yale University and she was a postdoctoral fellow at Karolinska Institute of Sweden and University of Oxford. With Cotton Lab, Vidita moonlights as an avid storyteller, frequent traveler, occasional salsa dancer, and a scientific outreach enthusiast. So let us hear from Vidita.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's great. I wish I could have been there in person, but I couldn't unfortunately make it. And I hope that we can keep this short session slightly interactive. I was actually a little unclear as to what Dheeraj had in mind when he wanted me to speak in this session. So I might end up rambling. I have just taken the liberty to talk about whatever I thought might be potentially of relevance. So I titled this as Life Experiences Shape Behavior. And those of you who know my work interests will know that I'm actually interested in exactly this question, which is how life experiences shape circuits in the brain that produce emotional behaviors. But I also think that life experiences shape the trajectory of a lab. So this is my group, which I'm very privileged to work with. We work in a lab, which is called Hutman Lab on the southern tip of Mumbai, right near the sea. And our lab is interested in how life experiences can change circuits in the brain, in particular, circuits that regulate emotion. So let me just see if I can get a laser pointer set up here so you can see. Yeah. So we use rodent models and study the rodent brain, and we're interested in how life experience talks to these circuits to shape eventual emotional behavior. But we're also interested in how drugs like pharmacological antidepressants and serotonergic psychedelics can also directly talk to these circuits. So like I said, one of the central questions that I've been interested in as a graduate student and as a postdoc and eventually as a PI has been to look at how life experiences instruct circuits to produce behavior. But along the way, I've also realized that it's not just life experiences which we may be studying in a laboratory setting, but the people you meet, the obstacles you face, the opportunities that come your way shape much of how you do your work and how you produce your science. So to think of our science as utterly not influenced by experience is probably not true. In fact, it's profoundly influenced by experience. It shapes the science we do. It shapes sometimes the interpretations we make. It shapes the character and personality of a lab. And so I think that the people we interact with, the people we choose to surround ourselves with can have a profound influence in eventually how we navigate our journey in science. So that's what I thought I would do. I'll tell you a little bit about my own early experiences and which were really important to me, especially the ones that I cherish the most and I've sought to hold on to. And hopefully there might be lessons for all of us to take away from just one set of experiences, which are of course limited. But I grew up here in the southern part of Mumbai city. I'm now at the northernmost end, but I grew up in Goregaon. And at that point in time, there was really nothing there other than this large research center campus, which was the Sibagaigi Research Center campus where I grew up, and Film City. Now, of course, Goregaon is a very hopping suburb of Mumbai, and nobody will ask questions of where do you come from. But when I was a young student at Xavier's College, people would say, which gaon are you coming from? Because Goregaon was truly a far-flung suburb at that point in time. This is the lab that I work in now, the Hutman Laboratory. It literally is a hut. It has a tarpaulin sheet thrown over it currently because we have leaking water that falls on our heads during monsoon season. So currently it has a big blue tarpaulin sheet, and any of you who fly into Mumbai during the monsoon would know that Mumbai just looks blue because large parts of Mumbai, especially the slums, have to be covered with tarpaulin sheets to prevent leakage. Well, we have used exactly those insights, and every monsoon we also throw out our tarpaulin sheet over our little hut. So my journey from when I started, I grew up on a research center campus. So I recognized the profound privilege I had. I was growing up with two MD PhDs as parents. So there was a science background at home growing up. I'm the only child. So I was given a lot of freedom and a lot of privilege and a lot of benefits that come with having parents that want their child to pursue their dreams. And I realized that this is rare. This is not that common, and many people do not necessarily have these kinds of freedoms growing up. I grew up in a research campus where there were elephants that were not unusual. We had an invading elephant that came in. We had lots of monkeys. And because we were right next to the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, we also had panthers and lots of cobras. So childhood was rather unusual considering it was Mumbai city, but I actually felt like I had grown up in a very green and lush campus. And that might have explained some of my early interests in behavior, in particular animal behavior. I went to the Lady Visanji Girls Academy, and these are the stairs that we had to climb to the 4th floor, and these are wooden steps, and you can imagine that lots of girls running up and down these stairs sounded like wildebeest. It was really, lunchtime or assembly time, everybody was running up. We were often told walk on our toes, which I can't imagine anybody told us, but they wanted us to be quiet. And that just tells you how we tend to be socialized as women. I wonder if there had been a school of boys, whether the boys would have been told to walk on their toes and prevent a lot of noise. We did sound like the wildebeest migration coming down. It never stopped us. We continued to run at full speed, and sports was very much a part of my early life. I threw state level javelin, and if I had probably grown up in a different time, maybe sports would have actually been a career choice. But I grew up in a world where science was certainly, unfortunately, the only option. Sometimes I think back to this journey and imagine that maybe the choices might have been different if I had grown up in a world in which sport would have been considered an equally open opportunity. And I hope that people today, now at least in today's day and age, would view sports also as a career opportunity. I went to St. Xavier's College for my undergraduate, where I worked in the life science department. It's interesting that I worked in the life science department, which was always called LSD. More than 20 years later, I find myself working with serotonergic psychedelics, some of which are like LSD structurally. So it's interesting in that regard. Following which I did my PhD at Yale, and then hop, skip and jump via Karolinska and Oxford, I came back to India to set up my lab in 2020. I want to emphasize the importance of mentors. I believe that this is not something you should default into. If you have the opportunity of choice, you should take it and you should exert it. Choosing who you choose to work with in a scientific journey is perhaps the singular most important choice you will have available to you. If you're lucky, there's a huge element of luck here. I was very, very lucky. I had two profoundly wonderful mentors, the late Professor Ronald Duman and Professor Eric Nestler. They were not just mentors, but became wonderful friends. And the choice element here, I would say, is that if you have an opportunity to choose, sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. But if you do have that opportunity to choose, look for someone who cares about you and cares about your long-term success rather than simply whether they are successful. Don't choose someone based on their success. Look for people who invest in your success. So I think that is a critical piece of advice I would give. If you can find people like that, hold on to them. Cherish them for the rest of your life. It's not just while you're working with them. If you're lucky to find a good mentor, hold on to them forever, because they will be someone you can turn to at multiple stages in your career. I want to tell you about one mentor I cherish a lot, Amy Arnston. I worked with two advisors who were both male. My thesis committee was all men. My qualifying exam committee was all men. And this was not unusual in the 1990s in Yale because there were hardly any women full professors or even associate and assistant professors. But one of the people I had on my committee who was a woman was Amy Arnston. And I have cherished her across the decades because I can't think of a single other mentor who sent me photographs of flowers. And this is a picture of a blue iris that grew in her garden that she sent me in just a chat that we were having. I consider this the most precious kind of mentor, the mentors who will tell you to stop and remember to look at the flowers and to appreciate them and to remember that life is much larger and bigger than science, and that there are moments to be grabbed in the average everyday moments of life. And she has been one of these people for me. So I think it's rather important to collect these mentors as well. Along the way, from starting my journey in 2000 as a young PI at TIFR, it involves setting up an animal house, getting some money so that we could actually buy equipment, receiving equipment from many other people who were generous enough to share it, graduation of first students, the birth of my child in 2005, which was a big transition because learning how to cope with being a mother who had to handle the baby as well as all the lab and the students. These are the windows in which you need the support. You definitely need an ecosystem. One cannot minimize the requirement of support that one really requires, because when you're feeding your child, you're also looking after your lab. There are many challenges and it is hard to hold in and hold steady through those periods. Having people whom you can share that journey with makes a huge difference. And perhaps learning to be kind to yourself and not setting impossible standards which are so high that you will never meet them. Maybe dropping your requirement to be 100% everywhere. You can't be 100% at science and 100% a mother and 100% a sister and a daughter and a wife and a daughter-in-law and all of the things. It's not possible. It's humanly impossible. So maybe learning to apply a kindness lens to yourself in the way you perceive yourself and your expectations of yourself would be a big gift you can give yourself. It's okay to drop to 60% on everything. It's fine. You can't be 100% in everything. If you can manage even 65%, it's a lot, because you're handling sometimes way more than many people recognize. And unfortunately, the work that is seen is only the work in the scientific space. Many times in your career, people only see that aspect of your work, but there is work and caregiving responsibilities that happen in many other dimensions. So learning to be kind to yourself. If I could tell the younger version of myself one thing, I would say, please be kinder to yourself. That it's okay. It's not necessarily to do everything and to do everything at 100%. It's not needed. Please learn to be kind to yourself. That's certainly what I would tell myself, the younger version of myself. So along the way, what are the things I've learned as a woman in science in the Indian ecosystem? I think sometimes we have fewer professional networks. Our days end at 5:36 because we have to go pick up our kids or we have responsibilities at home. So our professional networks are sometimes curtailed by that. Also, a professional network that is only men is hostile sometimes to a woman being present in that space. So you might have fewer professional networks. You might have fewer collaborations. I hope your social networks are large enough to support you through this as well, because that is also equally important. There is a burden of token status. What do I mean by this? If you're the one woman in a department or the one woman in a committee or the one woman in some situation, you become a token representative. The worry with that is you become the poster child. What you do seems to be the model but what you do is unique to you and may not apply to anybody else. And you cannot be the poster child of 50% of the population. That's really not a fair burden to put on women or any minority that is, holding space in an environment where they are really indeed a minority. There are many times in a room where they are the only woman in a room. In that situation, your behavior is not representative of all women. Your behavior is representative of you as a person. Yes, you represent women, but you're not the only representative. There's so many women out there. 50% of the population is women. So you don't want to become a token representative. That is something you want to guard against. Unfortunately, the worry is always using one person and their experience to extrapolate to another person. That doesn't work. Sometimes there can be chilly work environments. There can be stereotype work expectations. There is the ideal worker norm. What do I mean by this? When you are the only woman in a department, your behavior is going to be used to predict all the women that will follow you. That's a problem. You are just you. You are not a predictor of all women that will follow, not at all. And all women who came before you are also not a predictor of how you will be. So this becomes an issue, and this is something to watch against. There can be toxic men in work environments. There can also be toxic women in work environments. There's no reason to believe that patriarchy is only influencing men. Patriarchy influences women, and women can also be unpleasant colleagues and may not be allies. So, hopefully you create an environment in which you can be supportive of other women, but don't necessarily always expect that other women will necessarily support you. That may not come your way. Your allies may come from unexpected places. There's sometimes less access to mentoring. So there's always been this debate. Do we pull more women into the STEM discipline? So is it a pushing more women, pulling more women, or holding on to women? Where is the problem? In India currently, in biological sciences, we have at least 50% women in graduate school, in many cases. And yet, by the time you reach senior professor, full professor, chairperson of department, director of institution, where are the women? They're all gone. Or they don't want to take on those roles or those responsibilities, and for perhaps good reason, because academic environments have become toxic over a period of time and they require repair. So how are women being lost? You're losing women from high school to BSc to MSc to PhD to assistant professor to full professor. And why is it necessary that that path be the only path? You can choose many other paths after a PhD. We need to be open to the possibility that we make environments suitable so that women can thrive in these working environments. There's a hostile climate sometimes. There are demands of family responsibilities. There are lack of role models. You might be the first generation to attend college or first generation in a STEM discipline. This can be challenging. So what will it take to plug the leaky pipeline, and what do we need to do? And there are no obvious solutions, but there are many solutions, and we have to discuss many of them. So one thing one should ask oneself, and one can ask this of every institution we are in, is can we do a climate survey? Can we do a climate survey to find out how gender friendly the institute or the university is? And can we do this in an anonymous manner and ask it not only of women, but ask it of other minority groups as well? Because what applies to women often can also apply to other minority groups, in that, is the environment genuinely diverse? Is it genuinely equitable? And is it genuinely open to allowing people from all walks of life to find a space? One of the problems that we've had is we want to train women to achieve success in a prejudiced world, rather than training the prejudiced world to be welcoming to women. This is again a fundamental question we can ask of academia. Do we want to help women to achieve success in a very lopsided, toxic academic environment, or do we want to train the academic environment to becoming less toxic and more open, which will benefit not only women, but will benefit all other minority groups as well? Women are not actually a minority group. Unfortunately, they're a minority group in STEM disciplines. Should selection committees be looked at very carefully? One of the things that people have seen to inform a selection bias, they do better. So if at the beginning of all selection committees, if you have a 15-20 minute window to remind people that, look, your choices can be biased. You can be influenced by both explicit and implicit biases. Slow down your decision making. When you slow down decision making, more careful, more considered, and more sensible choices are often made. So is there a value to making this a part of practice of all selection committees for awards and jobs and etc. resources? Manuals, Bias Watch India, you heard Vaishnavi just a little while back. You know that this is a problem, because very often there is very poor women speakers. And then people say, but we made an attempt and the women that we asked said no. But if the women that are there are already so few, maybe you should diversify your pool. Otherwise, dragged into more communities and more jobs and more representation because there are not enough women. Well, then you need to change the number of women you have. There should be a more fairness in distribution of resource. You need to diversity. You need to change the way you look for your faculty. Your top leadership has to be diverse. In the absence of that, you will not be able to make change very effectively. And if your leadership, your chairpersons, your deans, your directors are not representative fully of the community that they are drawing from, or you want your community to look like that, then you have a problem and you need to fix it. Childcare support, and I don't mean only child care support. Women do a lot of caregiving responsibility. It's not just childcare; it's caregiver responsibility sometimes to the elderly, and that falls as a disproportionate work only on women. And if you do not consider this, then you need to really rethink how you will be able to retain women in the workforce. Rethinking work-life balance. It was very interesting. I was having a conversation with one of my students who just returned from a seminar somewhere where they were celebrating somebody senior, was a man who was retiring. And in the conversation, they went on about how fantastic it was that this person worked till 4 o'clock in the morning every day. And, at the end of it, they thanked his wife for the fact that she allowed him, or she supported his ability to work till 4 o'clock every day. This is toxic and this is deeply problematic. It should not be celebrated. We have created work cultures in which we believe that working non-stop is the only. It is possible to have a healthy work-life balance and to actually prioritize life at the same time as considering work. We cannot make this the dialogue. It will be hostile to young women. It will be hostile to those with caregiving responsibilities. It is not possible. It is not a requirement to work weekends and late nights, and it should not be expected. It should not be asked for, and it should be. We need to have re-entry possibilities after childcare or a care by ourselves. People actively to do this. And we call it out. Those who carry the privilege need to call it out more. You cannot ask your youngest people who are most vulnerable to call it out. If you're a senior, you have the opportunity to call it out. Please call it out. We need that. So where is change going to occur? How do we bring about institute transformation or climate change? We cannot say, oh, we are just going to equalize the playing field, let more women come in. Unless you change the climate and you try, I'm not going to see a sustained change. Where is that change now? On top down, I think it needs to come both ways. You need a bunch as well. You need individual. This report, it comes in science panel from the Indian Academy of Sciences in India have gone up as a percentage. We're still doing pretty badly level, and at administrative policy level, we're still not doing well. So we need substantial more change. We move the needle, but only by a little bit. But India is a land of contradictions. Powerful woman prime minister. We have a woman president currently. We have a large number of highly accomplished women, and at the same time, we do extremely poorly in the treatment of the average woman. This is from a quote from the Women in Science panel from Rohini and Ram. This is the image that got celebrated, and most of you will recognize it. This is based on Mangalyaan. So you will, see this being celebrated. And sure, we celebrate women role models, but we also have a terrible track record for how we handle women representation in many spaces in our country. We cannot forget that while we celebrate the successes, we also have to remember we have a long way to go. So what will we do? Will we tweak our rules as in we change them by 15%, 10%, little bit of change to make change? Or do we need to go back to first principle to examine the rule in the first place? Yes, we have a good maternity leave policy in government institutions. Should we not match that with a paternity leave policy? If we don't do it, we say all caregiving is predominantly the woman's job. Of course, there's no question about it that in the early window, a disproportionate burden falls on women because of breastfeeding, because of the early practices of care. But there should be a matched paternity leave to allow it to be recognized as an important part of co-parenting when you raise your children. We have a return to science scheme. We have grant funding. We are working to prevent manners, but we are far away from getting that done. Should we not tie some amount of funding in institutions to how well they do on diversity and inclusion? Should we not have daycare as a mandated requirement if government funds are received? Should there not be a query on daycare practices to allow and support women who have childcare responsibilities? Should we not insist on training? Maybe we need to go back to first principle rather than just modifying changes and making minor changes. We need really large scale modification to look at rules from first principle. So it's going to take a lot for women to have successful careers in science. People say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a large community to support a woman in science. It comes from supportive families. It comes from supportive structures, supportive institutions. We need that supportive ecosystem. In the absence of that, the women you will see succeed are the ones who carry the largest amount of privilege, who have had a lot of opportunities and a lot of privilege support them. That's why they succeeded. It's not because they did something so dramatically different or because they are so unusual. It's because they had such a unique amount of support. That support is what has helped them get where they got. So in the absence of support, how do we make it easier for all women? And that is going to require some radical rethinking. We really need to start early, and we need to re-examine what merit is in the first place. I will strongly recommend this book. Yes, it's written from the lens of an American audience, but it has a lot of relevance for the Indian context as well. We tend to have paradoxes of excellence and devotion in academic science and engineering that make it hostile for many people, including women. And we need to rethink and re-examine this. And, people have started doing it in many ways. One, by cataloging the women who exist in science in all walks of life. I'd like to highlight the work from Nandita Jairaj and Ashima Dogra at The Life of Science. I'd strongly recommend read their book. Go to their website, because so many of these women's stories need to be told. And what one realizes, they are unique. Each story that you hear is a unique story of a unique background, a unique challenge, unique sets of opportunities and obstacles. There is no one cookie cutter model of what you need to do. Each story has its own unique component to it. And we have that awareness. Once we have that awareness and we realize that there is no one model and there's no one way, but yes, we can do certain things to make environments more equitable and more diverse. Then collectively, through networks, groups, and support structures, we collectively work to making the environment more diverse, more inclusive, and more equitable. That is actually needed for science. Academia currently has become highly toxic, and unless we make it more equitable, we will continue to slip down the path of more toxic environments. So thank you so much, Dheeraj, for inviting me. Thank you to INYAS. Thank you for this meeting. And I hope that in person, you guys will have the opportunity to do a lot more discussion. I apologize for not being there physically, but I've been listening in through the Zoom this morning. And I can see that there is a bunch of interesting conversations already begun. And we need many more of these conversations in many more institutions to make a shift to the needle. Thank you. Actually, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's muted at the other end. Yeah, I heard something and then it went away again.
Okay. So thank you for the nice talk. The concluding slides were really happy. And I wanted to ask you, like,
I'm the
breaking.
Sorry, for whatever reason, the volume from the other end is not very clear. So I'm unfortunately not able to hear
Is
you.
it breaking or you're not able to listen?
No, no, now I can hear you. I lost you for a while, but now I could hear.
So you have worked with male mentors as well as female mentors. And the previous speaker already gave an overview of benefits of working with a female mentor. I'd like to ask you, as professional, did you find any significant difference in the male and female mentors? Because you have experiences with both of them.
Okay, so I have actually strangely only had male mentors in my life in terms of those whom I've directly worked with. My PhD advisor was Professor Ronald Duman. My postdoc advisors were Professor Ernest Arenas and Professor David Graham Smith. So I have largely under the direct supervision, I have worked with male mentors. I had an exceptionally wonderful PhD advisor who role modeled a great work-life balance. One of the things that he used to do he would leave at 5 o'clock every evening to pick up his daughters from daycare. And we knew that after 5 o'clock, we would not see him. He would be out of the door. He would say, bye, I have to go pick up my girls. And he would go to pick up his daughters. And what that did was it freed all the women in his lab to do the same. There were many postdocs. What is remarkable is from his lab, many women have gone on to excel in academia. And I think to some extent, we owe it to the modeling of behavior that we watched. He would not be there on the weekend. He would not be there after 5 o'clock in the evening because that was family time and it was prioritized. And we knew that, and it was valued, and it was considered as absolutely important. So here is an example of a male mentor who modeled an excellent work-life balance, which was so important and so critical. I have had female mentors who I sought out at Yale and otherwise also in India who I've sought out for advice at different junctures of my career. And I've benefited from learning from their work practices, their work-life balance practices as well, deeply benefited from it. Personally, I tend not to work on the weekends and I try to respect my evening time, my alone time deeply. And I believe that's important because I believe it does not take away from your ability to be highly productive. It allows you to balance life and work in a much healthier manner where you can manage both. So I personally am a believer that you need to model that in the workspace. You cannot say you should take your own time and I will work till 3 o'clock every night, because then people feel guilted into staying long and staying longer hours. And, you expect people to give way more than they should have to. So I have had really outstanding mentors. I was lucky. I don't particularly have a difference that I would point out between either my male or my female mentors. I believe that it is the individual that matters sometimes more than the gender. It is about the person and what they prioritize that matters. There are toxic women in science. And I will just say this categorically, it's not a given that just because you have a woman mentor, the woman mentor will be exceptionally understanding. She could be really toxic. And you might have immensely supportive male mentors. It's the human being that matters at the end of the day, not their gender. It's what they choose to prioritize. It's what they choose to value that will eventually really matter more than their gender.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vidita. So now we will move to the last talk of this session. The talk will be given by Annie Spang. So Annie is a cell biologist at University of Basel. She received her PhD from MPI Martin Fried, and she was a postdoctoral fellow at University of California, Berkeley. Annie, yeah.
So I guess you can see my screen.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so thank you for having me. My talk will be somewhat different from that what Vidita just did. But I think it's I'm going to give you a little overview over my career path, but it's actually also highlighting that everyone, every woman, every man, everybody has to find his or her own way, and no way is actually the same. So I hope you can bear with me a little bit. So the other thing Vidita talked a bit about is about privilege and growing up in a privileged environment. I grew up in a very rural area in a town with 800 people in Germany, close to the border to France and Luxembourg. And I lost my father when I was 9. So, but my mom was very wanted her children to get an education and to have a better life, as of course most mothers want them. And she was very particular that we all go to school and that we did our work. But she also always said to us, "I cannot help you. You have to figure it out yourself." And I think this was something that on one hand was a little bit frightening, but on the other hand was enormously enabling. And it taught you the lesson that you basically taught me the lesson that I had to watch out for myself in a way, but also basically finding my ways, and that it was my own responsibility. So after I finished school, I went to an engineer school and studied chemical engineering, because actually I did like engineering quite a bit. And I was working on transglutaminases and purified them and tried to figure out what they're doing precisely and see how they could be used actually in industry for food production. So, but this, when I got my degree, this also involved that you would have to do placements in companies. And invariably in these companies, they told me I would not be doing constructions and engineering, but that actually women would be going and do quality control. And I really did hate quality control. And so, you know, then you can basically bang your head against the wall. And then I said, okay, if this is the situation, then perhaps actually chemical engineering, because I can't be an engineer here, is not what I want to do. And I have to find another way to do things. So I also had the course during this time in biochemistry, and I actually really liked this. So I decided to move away from Germany and go to France, to Paris, and study biochemistry there. So I got basically a second degree in biochemistry. And that was working on prohormone processing and rats. And this taught me that I don't like to work with rats. It also that I probably wouldn't like to work with mice, so I didn't like this type of work, and that I would have to do whatever I'm going to do later. It would have to be doing something different. And also what it told me is basically that you check actually out the lab where you're going to work very carefully, because I wasn't careful at that point. And I ended up actually in a really bad place, and I was happy to get out of there after I finished my degree. So I was a little bit depressed, well, disappointed by basically this experience. Nevertheless, I really enjoyed living in Paris, I have to say, and moved then back to Germany. And I got a position as a PhD student in a Max Planck Institute for Biochemistry. And my mentor was just a newly hired PI, and he was on a 5-year contract as a junior PI to get his lab up and running and publish and find a new position. So what that actually did to me is that essentially my young PI, also being not very experienced, essentially the pressure he felt, we all felt. So this was also something good and bad. Because we knew basically under which pressure this academic career can be. But on the other hand, it was basically also quite, well, you got used to stress, I would put it this way. And so again, I switched field and I worked on centrosome organization and duplication in yeast. And that was actually a lot of fun, and I did a lot of electron microscopy at times where it actually was not so popular, and also a lot of biochemistry. And I really liked that. But essentially already 2 years into my PhD, I thought, thinking about what I'm going to do next. I knew from my time in Paris that I wanted to do research. I wanted to stay in academia as long as I could. And so obviously after the PhD, the most obvious choice was to do a postdoc. So I was then considering two things: staying in the field, but then shifting to different organisms and have a different angle, or changing fields altogether. And so I discussed this actually with my PI, and I had made a list of people I considered choosing for a postdoc. And basically he sorted through this list, and basically from his knowledge, he basically eliminated all people he thought were not good people to go to, which I was very grateful for. And so, but I ended up going into to the US and joined the lab of Randy Shackman with the EMBO fellowship. And there, so I left the cell cycle field to start to work in intracellular transport, still in yeast, and but this time basically doing in vitro reconstitution and using in vitro systems to learn on how things work. And it's a little bit going, according something like Feynman. Only what we create we can understand. And so I did try to reconstitute pathways, the parts of the secretory pathways, and also try to understand the rules, how vesicles are formed, and what are the intrinsic properties. So I have to say, the first year of my postdoc was a extremely unsuccessful endeavor, because I tried to establish this essay that I at one point managed, but I was trying and I was not getting anywhere. And so this is not actually what I was used to from my PhD, which where things worked out actually very well. And so after around a year, I went to Randy's office and said, it's not working. I need to do something else. And then his response was, I thought you had more stamina. But if you want, you can just go to the freezer, take another SEC mutant out, clone it, and analyze it, whatever. And so this, of course, didn't go down with me so well. So I went back to the bench and start again harder. But I gave myself just 3 more months. And I said, well, if I can't do it in 3 more months, then I basically do the easy way out. And then luckily it started to work, and actually everything worked out fine. So, but that actually brought me to the next thing, is basically, what am I going to do next? And at the end of the day, who's going to give me a job? So I don't think that I was actually very good in networking as it is organized today. But I think there was some more natural way of doing things. I always like to go to meetings and I talk to people. And so when I wanted to go in the job market, I actually contacted PIs that I knew from my time back in the cell cycle field, or that I have had met in my new field in trafficking, and that were located in Europe. And I just basically dropped them a mail and said, I'm looking to move back. Do you know anything? Do you have anything? And of course, I applied to advertised positions. So this actually got me a lot of sort of interviews. Not everybody, well, not everything basically turned out to be that there's going to be a position behind. But basically, I was invited to institutes to give talks, and that actually already also grew my network, or also made me actually, made me more known in the field. So I really appreciated that a lot. And then I got offers in the UK, France, and Germany. So the offer in the UK was, we give you space, you get the money, but then, you can stay as long as you want. So I didn't really like that so much. In France, they say, we give you space, we support you in applying for your own position, but when you get it, it's going to be permanent. And we also support you in applying for funds. So it's a little bit this was these offers were a little bit similar. And in Germany, I got 2 offers, and they say, we give you money and space for 9 years, but we have an institute that's actually not built yet. And so you have to wait till the institute is built. And by the way, we really like you, but we don't like your research. So we want you to change and do something else. And the second offer I got is, we give you money and space, but after 5 years, you're out again. So this was basically pretty much the same position that my PhD mentor was in. And so I don't know what your choice from these offers would have been. But at the end of the day, I decided to take the offer number 2 in Germany, because I was thinking I knew basically what I was getting into. I knew that it's going to be very stressful, but I would have actually all the freedom I need to develop. And I could, without having to worry first about grant money, and just basically do what I want and then sort it out later. So it turned out to be the most stressful time of my life. But not only, but that's also was my own making. And that is, I did take my in vitro system with me, but I also decided at the same time, because I was thinking I cannot work on this system for the rest of my life. I need to start something new. And so I decided to start to work with C. elegans. And actually, you know, I had never worked on C. elegans. I had actually no prior knowledge. And also, there were not so many people around working with C. elegans. So the people I hired also had no knowledge. So we basically learned it from scratch, which was interesting because we did, of course, make a lot of mistakes, but at the end it worked out. And then the other piece is which was not directly under my control, is that actually we went during this time against 2 dogmas in one finding, and that made it, of course, hard to publish the papers about it. But I'm still very proud of this work that we did. And at the end of the day, it worked out well enough because this in vitro system which we were using gave me a big paper, and so that allowed me to move on. And I was hired as a professor at the Biozentrum at the University of Basel, where I'm still at. And there, you know, I can basically work on whatever I want, well, which is basically what I did my entire life. But I spread out more. And this is basically also the beauty of having a lab with people. You can actually follow many more ideas than you could have, you know, do with your own 2 hands. And still you can foster the independence of young researchers. So we have then, like this, we have a dogma, a mantra more in the cell, and that is we can work on anything but transcription. So, and this is basically provides, I think, a rather open environment for people to work in, because they can also follow their own ideas, and I support them. But there need to be some sort of a little bit of a barrier that we're not working on everything at all. So how did I get where I am now? I have to say, I was actually, this was never my dream job. I didn't grow up to want to be a professor. I wanted to do research. This was my goal. And I always wanted to follow a question I was most interested in, I found interesting, that I wanted to answer. And I never wanted to be told what I should be doing. And this is also one reason that I never considered actually moving out of industry, out of academia into industry. And I try to do research as long as possible with the most freedom as possible. And this is what actually panned out. And this is basically, you know, I basically took one step at a time. When I was a postdoc, a PhD student, I did everything to have a successful PhD, to move on to postdoc. And that actually allowed me to become a group leader and then finally a professor. So the other thing, of course, is what you're doing. So I always treat other people with respect. I try to identify the strengths and weaknesses in my co-workers and try to help them to grow and be happy and successful in what they are doing, and try to strengthen their strengths and overcome some of their weaknesses. I try to teach my co-workers to be rigorous in their science, so that they think and that they think analytically and logically, and that they're excellent problem solvers. Because with this attitude, actually, you can do whatever career you want. Because problem solving is a trait that is going to help you in any profession that one may choose. And I try to mentor my people according what they need and not their career stage necessary or what they think or what, in a stereotypical way. And of course, if you think about work-life balance, this might be a challenge, but I try to be generous with my time. So I have an open door policy. If somebody in my lab wants to talk to me, I'm going to make time for them. In particular, if it's something that's on their mind and they need to talk about to somebody about. And I'm still doing experiments, and I think that also keeps me in a way grounded in a way what is feasible and how much time is needed to do something. So why do I think I was, or I still am, can be successful in academia? Of course, there are a lot of intrinsic factors you do to have. And I think one of the things is that I'm very self-critical and honest. I'm very self-motivated. I'm fearless. And I just love what I'm doing. I have a super high job satisfaction. I wouldn't want to do anything else. But there are, of course, extrinsic factors as well. My upbringing was that I'm responsible for my actions. I own my failures, but also my successes. So that it's actually, I cannot blame anybody else for anything. I own it. It's my thing. I did have absolutely fabulous environments during my PhD, postdoc, and independent positions. Of course, that is it's a privilege and to work at these super institutions, and of course that facilitates enormously to grow as a scientist, but also to do excellent work. And I did have excellent mentors in different ways. Not in that we were talking and they would encourage me a lot, but I learned different things from them. And so and the other thing is there was no pampering. And they were both are still very critical people, and they give you critical feedback, but you also get the freedom to do things that you want to do. And then at the end of the day, we also need some luck to have a career. So I'm very privileged to work in a super environment and to have a fantastic group of people working with me, and who make all the science. And I love discussing with them, and I hope I can make them all have a successful career and a successful life and a good work-life balance in all their endeavors, what they want to do. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
If not, then let me for joining us online. Thanks, Annie. Thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
So now we're at the end of this session. On behalf of INYAS, I'm thankful to all my 7 speakers, wonderful speakers, for sharing their journey with us. And I feel the girl students who are sitting here, and maybe the boys also, I mean, you are inspired and charged up listening to the amazing story of the speakers. But however, at the same time, I feel that we are privileged class, and that's why we are sitting here and discussing all these, I mean, pertinent issues, right? Because we had strong family support, and that's why, I mean, we are in this field. So our moral responsibility is to encourage and to reach out the girls who doesn't have this confidence in them. So that is our responsibility. There is no fun in flying alone. So let's all fly together, fly high together. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And for lunch. Okay, so there is little readjustment. Now we will disperse for lunch, and after that we will join here for session 2. Thank you. Thanks a lot. What time? I think 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Yeah.
in the way it's taught. But aside from that, I can speak much better to later stages of training. Especially you see in biology that there are a lot of Indian graduate students. But as you go through the pipeline, you will find a large number of them even go on to postdoc, and there's a huge. If you say leaky is wrong, it's just completely wrong. It's not leaky. It's just a hole where people taking the next step is very good. I think the difficulties come on many fronts. The difficulty comes because in our culture, we don't always just socialize in a manner where many women feel the pressure to be, as Sharisha said this morning, perfect in everything they do. And it's a tremendous sense of burden to bear. It clashes with what a person goal. And the second thing I think institutions have to do a lot better in trying to get people to even interview, and when they come into the room for an interview, to sort of treat them respectfully through the interview process. I think it's very important in an interview process that you don't ask questions like, why are you applying to us? Where is your husband? And this is the candidate for the candidate type of experience, not for other things that come. That can come maybe after the assessment, if they're beginning to make an offer. How can we get this woman to join us? And maybe at that time we can bring that in, but not the get-go. Sit the scientific. Have a respectful interview environment. Giving a talk to a bunch of your colleagues should not feel like an attack, but it should feel like a conversation. And I think there are times where I think those things can improve. And institutions in terms of hiring, and I so strongly believe in hiring tenure promotion. These are three things where I genuinely believe institutions need to be better, need to actively sit down and mentor people. And I wish every person in the room here who's a faculty member takes some time to mentor their junior colleague in their institution or in another institution to sort of encourage them not to always sell themselves short. And that's very important because I think that's a very common, this imposter syndrome is very strong for many women because they often feel as if they're on the wrong. It's not all, but still a continuing problem. So you need some active mentoring. And as women, I would say, please go out and seek mentors. They need not be other women. It can be other women. But in my mind, the biggest change has to come from the institution. And the institution should be asking itself to do everything it can to hire and engage their faculty. That's where I think the biggest change. That's my message. I think we should hear.
Okay, so I think I agree with Sandhya, but I have one more point, I think, which I have seen in my university, in my PhD student. I mean, she's a girl student, she got married and she was doing her PhD, and now she wants to do a postdoc. She cannot leave Ahmedabad because her family is here. So she's looking for a postdoc position, and there are very, very few postdoc positions that are available in India. So I think the only thing is that you apply for NBDF, and that's the only option that you have. And then finally, if she does postdoc from here, the problem will come and she will not be hired as a faculty because she does not have an international experience. So I think this is kind of limitation because her family belongs to this particular place. She cannot leave the family, and she cannot go out. And she also, wants to have a kid. So this is kind of a hindrance. I think there should be more postdoc positions, and we should also consider not only the international experience, but the experience that an individual has. Because it should not be that whoever has gone outside India, I myself have stayed for 15 years in India, out of India, and I feel that should not be the only criteria to judge whether a person is very intellectual or not.
So, do you think in such cases there should be some women-centric programs that could be introduced, which would help them, taking their career forward in this direction?
Exactly. So I think there should be programs. There should be more postdoc. Like NBDF is the only one option. And I think we don't have we cannot apply as a faculty to hire postdocs.
the RA position that we can apply, but it's no, we cannot hire a postdoc in our lab. So I think there should be more kind of grants or something that should support the women who want to stay, with the family, and they should be either supported by the mentor or they should have their own scholarship. Because I think many of the I think females, at least in our institute, are facing this problem that they cannot move out because of the families. Do you think, so I want to ask Durga, actually she's a Ramananda fellow, but do you think like what Nupur was mentioning, like NPDS, which is the postdoctoral program, so like women scientific team, which is also one of the government policies to retain them, but they don't allow them to be a leader. Okay. So do you think the policies should change somewhat so that they can be a leader, lead the team, and then the government should support them further so that they can become a leader, not being under some measures?
That's actually again the big hole. So just as a clarification, I was a Ramananda County fellow. And like a lot of fellows, end of the fellowship is also another time, So what a lot of these fellowships are doing is taking the problem that you have as your postdoc when you're looking for jobs, which is postponing them for 5 years. And again, you're in the same thing, and now you're work off. Because we are also a very agent society. I work in a CSIR lab and really guidelines, You can't hire someone who's doing good work just because they're off by 1 week. And so number the relationship is low, I've now been at both ends of it, so I really it's also a faculty position, but also a postdoc position. Even within the institute, if you get RA position, they also have age values, So even when we have these fellowships, and I think it's absolutely brilliant to have these fellowships, but I think now we really need to think of how to make that again not into a black hole. Because so many of my colleagues, actually also women and men, and this is the second part, it's not time these days we see that the men who want to join the woman who has a nice faculty position and can't, and often then one of them sacrifices, and unfortunately, we know more than 50% of the time who sacrifices. So many of these fellowships could be called family positions, which might actually help rather than saying, as you mentioned, women-specific fellowships, and having some kind of a way out, because I think that way out is really missing.
But eventually, we do need institutional mechanisms to hire such people. And we lack them. And why those fellowships are nice, I'll tell you what the problem is. They're all soft money positions. At the end of it, you don't have positions to allow you to continue without, we all know the vagaries. So I think at the core of it, institutions need to make a commitment who they want to hire, irrespective of what funding they get. And we have to think about how we assist people as students. The more schemes you have, more people you attract in those schemes, and it will reach a level when she disastrous finally for young talent people to reach that. Not returning the
Also, I think the age relaxation point that you spoke about is very important because there are a lot of international fellowships that actually take that into account and they have flexibility in terms of applying for those fellowships. So I think introducing something like that in India is absolutely essential. It's not acceptable to have a fellowship with a eligibility criteria of 35 age, for a postdoc to apply for, because career trajectory is very different for women. So I think that flexibility should be introduced by all of our bodies. So that is one thing that can bring about a significant policy change in terms of implementation that can really help women to be retained.
So aging fellowships, but also in hiring. I think that's another real bottleneck that must be. But this is regarding academia, but if we think about R&D and everything, there is huge difference in the pay, which is given to the woman, also to the men. So do you think there should be certain changes in that?
Yeah, we don't really have data regarding that, but there is.
Actually, I have been hired by INYAS
So yeah, I was at the research scientist level. That was a permanent position. So during the interview, they have asked me that how do you do the work-life balance? Because they have asked me about my family background. So I said, I'm having a husband, obviously a daughter. And at the time, she was just 2 years old. Okay. So the instant, they're asking me about how I will manage the late hours and, because they take pride to say that, they are working late in the industry. So I should also, they expect from me that I should, work till late night and everything. So I clearly say that, it is not feasible for me because obviously I am having other responsibility at my home and my place. So I got hired. There is no question about it. And, I was having a good position, but the same position, my fellow colleague, he has been hired with the same position. And he was having that, because we were knowing each other from the school days. Okay, so we were a little close. So I just got to know that, they were paying more than 25-30% more pay scale to him. And by profile, I was much stronger than him by publication and by recognition, international award and everything. So I mean that hit me hard at that time. Like, why? Just because I disclosed everything that I have to balance and I refused in front of the panel that I'm not going to work late night because I didn't want that. And I really personally feel that people take pride. And I've been fortunate enough to be mentored, from a very generous male, mentors and everything. So I have never faced this kind of issue during my PhD, doctoral year, postdoctoral things and everything. But yeah, that thing is deeply carved in, people's mind that yeah, she's having a family. That means her commitment level will be little.
So do you think this has to be changed by if men they devote their time just within the timeline? I think this can be changed.
Frankly speaking, we all know the answer. I
Means they have men can do more work.
yeah, that's what
But
what
if they do,
perception.
means if we go to outside, means I have done my postdoc and my mentor, they used, even he was a man, he used to go out at 5 p.m. But in India, mostly it is a culture that they work overnight.
Exactly.
And then they are being judged, the male and female are based on the time. So they get and
Yeah, they want candidate who can work 24/7. They think men can do that thing better compared to women because they are not having that much responsibility at home. I belong to a very progressive family. Okay, so in my family, there are female magistrate, female surgeons, female gynecologists, and many more things. But still, in my family, in my educational background, I have never seen this kind of question. But when I came out to that, the real world, I feel this kind of questions from the HR that I mean, how you will, and from other part, from my husband perspective, he has been never asked about how you will do the work like that. Knowing the fact that he
Gender bias, right, ingrained in our society, and so
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I am not clinician. I mean, I'm the only one among all of you. But I really need to put in, like, ma'am was really honestly saying, first of all, why are we glorifying people working beyond working hours? If it's a male, if it's a female, we should be working on a work-life balance. Because what most of you haven't seen is, we are seeing burnouts and we are seeing epidemics of early cardiac collapses and early deaths. No matter what, it is doctors or scientists or whosoever, particularly accentuated after COVID. So no matter what stress you take in the lab, in the clinic, in the kitchen, or changing diapers, that stress acts upon you. Why should any man or a woman go beyond their working hours just to prove your dedication?
yeah, so I think that it should be the institution who should promote the work-life balance rather than being a.
And I actually think we have to ask ourselves in the society, why do we work? And what is the purpose of work? Because, I mean, I think we have taken on in this country several of Western norms, I think, of scientific working, where we do it because we love it, but just because we do it because we love it does not mean we have to do it 24 hours a day.
escaped it and they have.
They have not escaped that. Actually, they have not.
I mean, very few. I can tell on my profession, they don't work on weekends, they don't work. You go to ER, you catch whatever you can, you go, you die, whatever, but your concerned physician is not meeting you on Saturday evening. Here in India, we do it as a doctor, right?
European countries especially have it.
But there are parts of the world where it is not. But if we need to change that.
I think CT staff de-glorifying that, no?
We have to de-glorify. 100%
If a man is working at 12 p.m. in the lab, he's compromising in his home, someone else is doing that work for him. So it is not about glorifying him or her. He is compromising something. His child is missing.
There's something that one can do to change it.
So,
That's
don't you
institutional
think,
personal.
Sandhya, means if an institution promote work-life balance, sorry. So if an institution promote work-life balance, so it would be more healthy for everyone.
I was there in Sweden for a long time, and I did my postdoc, and my postdoc supervisor was a female having a family, and if she sees me working after 5, she'll say, "We'll try to manage such a way that you know you finish at 5 and go home and enjoy your family." So I think this is extra time for, and we were not allowed to come to the work into the.
I would like to add, so being a devil's advocate here, that when we say we promote it, what we end up doing is mandating it. And then you have all these labs that are shut at 5 and they put a Tara and the security comes. I think in many of the older labs, we have worked very hard to get rid of that system. I want to have the freedom that if I want to work at midnight, I should be able to work at midnight. And yet have the freedom to see if I want to not come into work today, I should not come into work today. I think the importance is to ask for flexible timing rather than saying shorter or longer or whatever one, we have to understand that there's no one size that will fall in everything, especially in our
Not that the lab will be closed, but it's preferable to stay from 9 to 5.
Yeah.
So I think that. What I felt is it's more like Indian mentality. To always go over quantity than quality. In the time or in publication, whatever it is, I think that spectrum has to change, and we should give more emphasis to quality rather than.
This is true. Actually, a lot of students nowadays deal with this, how one can competitively manage their time of being in the lab. Coming from that perspective, I think this is a very important point. Wherein the amount of time you put in is not really the key thing. Qualitatively, how much you are able to contribute and what can you do in a given time. That is very important.
These window ones. I think I did add a point here that I mentioned the entire system has come like when I guess the entire scientific ecosystem has come a real long way. There was a time when it was science was done for pure passion. The enterprise was very small. It has grown. It has really grown big. And it needs, I think what it needs is some integration of human resource sense into the scientific enterprise. Because I very recently moved into the corporate world, and they really have a very strong HR policy. And that really, so when I moved, I was of the habit of I kind of sending emails, but not starting in market. Because I would get very peaceful time. But then I was told, you can't be sending out emails on a Saturday morning. 5:36, shut your laptop. So I really feel that when we talk about changes in the academic system, this component has to somewhere get integrated. That how do we manage most of the problems that we talk of are associated with individuals and problems associated. So if you have very clear-cut guidelines, that's one point.
Also, an ignored component actually, the HR departments of most of the institutions. If you compare them to the industry, you definitely lack that HR component, which is not strong enough, and which has clear-cut. And some places of the new institutions, it is coming up, but definitely not at the level that this training.
Maybe not too much active in the academic.
Another thing is,
I had a question on that. Comment. Because when you are talking about HR, that says that there is uniform coverage across the board in this. What happens in labs, and I have also done my examination, I have also in your head of the unit or the lab unit decides. So it all depends on what kind of person your lab head or the head of the unit is. If that person is cognizant of family time and work-life balance, a lot of people talk about that in the afternoon. So then everything is fine. But you have a person who doesn't have work-life balance or believes that because I work like a dog when I was a postdoc, if you have to work like a dog when you are a postdoc, then things change. So then it has to be across the board the same policy and everyone has to follow it, no matter how powerful that head of the lab or whoever is.
No, but policies can also have some implementation. Right, so it all depends how you want to formulate it, how you want to implement things. That because such issues, someone wants to teacher said you have to work at the class, right? That could be allowed. In my case, I'm not saying that I was. So it was to maintain my own character. But don't get into this regular habit of working on a weekend. That's your time. You just
I agree. What I'm talking about is hierarchy. So I was inherent the kind of work that we
yeah. Another aspect is lack of programs, which often comes up because we don't find a lot of prominent positions of authority whom one can really look up to and follow their trajectory, or try to at least emulate it, if not because having your own path may not always be possible. So, what are your thoughts about the lack of proper role models?
That's actually bothered me because I don't think I had very strong women role models. The ones I did have were in the sense that they were my family. I think this is again a recurring theme we hear a lot with a lot of women doing this kind. They come often from families who have a lot of support there, But we didn't necessarily have mental health. Right? It hasn't really stopped me from thinking that, this is not something I can do. I was really the passion that was driving me the time. The really projects we were doing along the way, after or later, But I think what is very important for role models to talk to society. Because I feel, especially now, with a lot of my students saying that, their parents saying, what's the point of doing this? Where will you go? And if you can point to me and say, this is where I will go, that's something else for them. So I think that for a lot of us, we have invited role models that are gender neutral, but often for answering to others, as they say, role models often are useful because they are placeholders to showcase certain paths. I think that's one aspect of it. Frankly speaking, from my personal aspect, in pre-primary level, I was having many mothers. Okay. So after that, the role as we discussed in this, okay. So there were very few, female teachers and female mentors in my schools, in my, graduation, post-graduation, in fact, in PhD role. Okay. So they don't find there are certain mentalities. I mean, it is not postal mentality, but yeah, it is that this kind of work should, men should do. I mean, they should be the leader when we talk about the leadership position. And these are the things women can do better. So I think this imbalancing, that's the main reason I think we are having a less women role model.
Also possible that we don't allow girls to take good risks. So
Exactly.
that's why they don't do.
Yeah.
It's not just, and moreover, if you see, if we don't allow risk and they don't go up to the higher position, and at higher position you don't have any female.
So actually, from this, I just wanted to tell you an incident when I had a talk with a very renowned scientist from a very renowned institution. And me and my colleague was there. We both did it. And what he said, it was kind of shocking to us because he said that the women, the single women are the only ones that are successful. So if you have a family and if you have a kid, you cannot be successful. And that was the words from a very renowned scientist from a very renowned institute. So I think that kind of attitude that the men has this mentality that if you are balancing with your family, you cannot be successful. I think that needs to be changed. Because if you have this kind of attitude within yourself when you're hiring somebody, of course you will be asked these kind of questions, whether you will have a family, whether you have a kid, or these kind of things will matter a lot when you are hiring someone. So I think that should change.
Such women should be applauded because they are taking up additional responsibility. They are not shirking from those responsibilities. They are ready to give more and dedicate more. So in general, from the government to the nation to the individual family, like everybody should really be supportive. Go out and do this. I can do this for you. No, that culture needs to come. Just sitting here and saying what matters. Maybe tomorrow onwards, if my assistant wants half a day off and finish the job later on by another 3 hours, I should be supportive. Okay, do it. You need to go to your kids' school, go, come back and finish the rest of your job, or I'll be doing it for you. And very truly so. A woman should never be penalized for looking after her family, because this family is going to be the tomorrow. If this tomorrow is compromised, I mean today is compromised, you are compromising tomorrow. You just can't allow this.
So with respect to the mentor question, I just come back to this. Clearly have the power to inspire. And it's very important that a lot of stories be said about minority communities. There happen to be a Muslim minority, but there are other minorities in science. And I have personally have a copy of Ashma's book, and I've always followed their work in the Indian context. That's one example. India Biosciences has done a very nice job, I felt, in charting the path of many young violence. And I think those stories are stories which young people, families, then can draw inspiration from. I recently had an interaction with a postdoc who talked about her father being basically a workshop person, so he didn't have education. She was the first college girl in her family. She went and did a PhD in South Korea, which, as you know, for many people, is a very unusual choice. There has then gone on to a postdoc in Europe, and now it's in the years to have a postdoc. And I looked at her trajectory and how she has built her life, and what a win it is. And she has done it essentially without a fund. While there may be examples like that, she especially said how her father was extremely supportive when the rest of the family was not. I think the power of role models and stories, and we have really good people in India collecting those, is to inspire and to give a place for other people to say, you know what, if they are doing it, I can do it. If this person can do it with these kinds of challenges, I can do it too. I see myself. So I think that does have value, even though it might not be essential for every individual. I think which is a role. And I hope there are more efforts to collect these stories in a local level. As she said, you know, what do you do if you can't do it? Can you build a career despite that? So you cannot move to another city, but maybe you need that kind of role model. Say, you know, I have to be here. How can I build that career? And that becomes a story for a lot of people in that, you know, who are not able to do that mobility, which is almost required in science, and it should not be.
So if I may add another aspect. Okay. So just because I just realized something. So when we talk about role models, we are not talking about role models who are men who have been allies. You know, I know a lot of people who are younger, who have been, but do they have role models? Will they actually go and hope or change the diaper or whatever? And will those be there? Maybe we should also showcase those role models and tell their stories, because then you will also have someone to look up to, because I think that aspect is sometimes often missing in some of these stories. Because we can't. Okay. But send it back. So, coming back to this role model one, just one small incident I would like to share. So, I did my PhD in US from University of Arkansas, and my advisor, Viva Srivastav, she was actually a student of Shikra Guha, who pioneered the haploid tissue culture technique, which is still very relevant in Indian fund. She was one of the few tissue culturists who pioneered the technique and which is worldwide used. Now, and it was at the time when she was just hired as a faculty in JNU in New Delhi. And just a couple of weeks back, she had sent us one YouTube documentary on her. And she said that one time she was such a nice mentor, and that's how she became my role model also. That she was such a nice mentor that even she would often go to dhabas with students to eat her lunch and meals. And also at the same time, my advisor used to come on the bicycle for her during her when she used to stay in the hostel. So one time she felt that she will fall from her bicycle. So actually she ran behind her just to make sure that she is safe and she is riding safely. So that's how that personal, level of touch she had with the students, in which she and that those qualities my advisor also imbibed in her. And that's how I was also mentored in such a way. Like when I landed for first time in Arkansas, it was, and my husband had to go back to Florida. She dropped her at 4 o'clock in the morning at the airport. She herself drove from her home. She took her because we didn't have car at that time. So she took my husband, dropped him at the airport, and then she came back to me. So that is such a dedication. What I have also seen, and I have trying to also. So it looks like that's a legacy what comes through. And but there are, of course, it's true. There are very few mentors in such a way that you can look upon as a role model.
So this we are talking about the higher institution, but if we go to the state level and the villages where you don't have, means in the university, state university, where you don't have a single female faculty, not a role model, how we can bring changes over there?
Actually, I closely work with one foundation, that's Elixir Foundation. Okay. So we train students from full level. I mean, I'm one of the mentors in that foundation. So the question you are asking, because I'm not representing the whole state over here or someone's mentality or something like that. But as I said earlier, because there is some things that are there that have been carved in their mind, the little girls that they are supposed to do this kind of thing. They should be expert in arts, they should be expert in, I'm talking about the rural areas, not the urban areas, because we are having lots of facilities and everything. So I'm talking about the rural areas. So yeah, they are having this many biases from the school level itself. That they should not grow or they should not take the time in school level or something like that. So we generally make the workshop for them and make them understand that you can also do that. But it is very it's a big war, I must say, because you can't change the mentality of their parents also. Because वो ऐसे ही होता है, हमारे यहाँ ऐसे ही होता है. That's like very heavy sentence. Like you can't generalize things कि हमारे यहाँ वैसे ही होता है. So yeah, it's a difficult thing, and that is the main reason I find conducting so many workshops and everything. It still it's there in their mind that don't want to change or they don't want to come out of their comfort zone. So yeah, that is one of the limiting factor for them to take science.
This is actually not just true in India, but some of the articles that were forwarded to the panelists and the moderators, they mentioned that it also happens in the West where they inherent math, taking up math, for example, for girls is looked down upon, and they're promoted to take arts more often. So there cannot, at least I don't agree that there is a cognitive difference between a boy and a girl in taking up subjects like math, but then it is ingrained in the society and it goes down generation after generation. Unless and until someone changes that, it's not going to percolate down further. And it's the mindset that needs to change in order to.
I just want to add one point in that. My niece, she just graduated from the mechanical engineering. Okay. And due to her, 4-year course, I constantly, hear from her that, she's the only girl student and she graduated from the Ahmedabad University. She's a gold medalist. Okay. But rest of her class is like, "Tu kya kar rahi hai?" Being a mechanical engineer. And she got the admission in IIT Delhi and she will do her MTech. But yeah, still it's there. And I'm talking about today's scenario. She just graduated from there and she's the only one person in the whole mechanical class. There were 120 students and she is the only one. The only girl in the class, yeah, the mechanical engineer.
So yeah, I think even Dr. was the only girl in robotics class in 7th standard. Because same thing, animation, music, singing, they would take those as hobbies, but not robotics. Robotics was for boys.
My daughter she's the only one in the class, 80 people, and she's the only footballer. And rest is the boys. And they are like, sometimes she comes to me and she says, "Mama, हमारे class में तो कोई लड़की football ही नहीं खेलती." So yeah, it's there because everyone thinks football is not a game for other girls. Yeah, for girls. So in her class, other girl students have pursued arts, craft, singing, dancing, aerobics, Zumba. Obviously in Zumba class there were no boy also. But yeah.
Well, it starts from the colors, right? Making colors for
Exactly. I think there are a couple of things that I feel we as part of the community, as well as James engineering, could if they so choose. And I'm informed by this by something that I was participated in, which the outreach section in Jharkhand, Mumbai ran recently. He went by Chandra, was a faculty member now directed. They go to the paper and give demonstration. Now, biology students are a very good feeling. The majority of the biology students are very. And they, of course, go as a group from GIFR. So there are no issues of safety and other things. So my point is, we as current members of the community are very nicely restricted by what she said. Have to find a small sliver of time to give of ourselves and our time to the community at large. Now that with online ways of reaching things, it is possible to do that. Many schools have some facility. And of course, we will have local connections. You might have a university which is close by. And how empowering it would be if it's part of socially useful work, which things like NEP are going to begin. If women's students can go out to rural villages and speak about their experience accompanied by a teacher. Maybe, and I think the DSC Inspire used to have things like that where they encourage faculty members to go to rural places and give talks. But I feel that those over time, even though you feel like a drop in the ocean, at that local level, you will make it. And I think all of us have to find within us a little bit of time or to enable people in our teams to take out time to research doing something and say that this is nation building at its finest. It's not only the papers that you put out. Let's make our community overall better. And I think that's something that we all have.
I think we should thank Sandhya for ending the session with very nice suggestions which she said and we should follow. So I'm thankful to all the panelists here. So thank you again. So we will start now.
So getting into the next question, let me thank the bottom of heart, Rohan and Jyoti for wonderfully moderating this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? So very welcome to all of you for this second panel discussion on the variables of women's success in academia and education. We have all gathered here to delve into the multifaceted journey of women's achievement in the academia. We have assembled an exceptional panel of experts who will share their invariable insights and experiences, shedding light on the various factors that contribute to women's success in academia and education. Let me begin by first introducing our panelists. The first is Professor Deepa Husnani. Deepa holds a PhD in inorganic chemistry from University of Toronto, Canada. Currently, she works as a professor in materials chemistry at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. Deepa is a material chemist and her area of expertise involves synthesis, characterization, and application of varied inorganic structures. She is also extensively involved in science outreach, promoting basic sciences within rural and economically deprived areas of India. Welcome, Deepa. Next panelist is Dr. Rohini Garg. Rohini holds a PhD from National Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Currently, she is working as an associate professor at Shiv Nagara University. Her research focuses on epigenomics of abiotic stress responses in plants and role of DNA secondary structures in plant development. She is a recipient of many awards, including Sir Women Excellence Award, NASI Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award, INSA Medal for Young Scientists, and Innovative Young Biotechnologists. Welcome, Rohini. Our next panelist is Dr. Smita Jain. Smita holds a PhD from Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, with a history of working in the biotechnology industry at the start of her career trajectory. She is an enabler, mentor, and leader with more than 16 years of experience in science promotion, communication, and business development. Smita works at Cactus Communication as Associate Director of Academic and Government Relations India and is responsible for growing the science research communications business across the sectors. Our next panelist is Dr. Rohan Khandilkar. Rohan holds a PhD in stem cell research from Jain CSR, Bangalore. Currently, he works as a principal investigator at ECRA, Mumbai. His research focus is to understand stem cell mesh interactions and their contribution to the maintenance of tissue and organ homeostasis. He is also associated with various NGOs as a mentor and volunteer. He is a recipient of the INSA and NASI Young Scientist Award and Innovative Young Biotechnologist. Our next panelist is Dr. Rekha Gaur. Rekha is a doctorate in humanities. She has worked as scientific assistant at ECRA for 20 years. After that, she opted for voluntary retirement. Now she is a co-founder and managing trustee of a non-profit organization, TEDC, Trust for Education and Training in Psychometry, under which they organize national and international workshops and do skill courses in flow psychometric technology. Welcome, all of you. So let's, I encourage all the audience to actively participate in the conversation with their questions.
and comments. And let's begin.
Thanks, Gunjan, and welcome to the panel. Sorry, Dr. Rohini, for missing out your name. As you see, the name of our session is Variables of Women's Success. And just as a bouncing board, before we take it over to the panelists, I just took some data because we need data to talk. All of us are scientists, we like data. I found this off some of the websites, and I just put these out there so that they're like these, they open up the conversation. So some of the variables of women's success, things which can be quantified, are of course representation, and we do luckily have numbers, not as much as the other countries do, but we do have numbers now. So basically numbers in school, college, PhD, hiring, grants, salaries, everything, and leadership roles. So that's the important thing. That's often like the biggest bottleneck. And the more controversial questions which people have addressed, it's in fact, we don't talk about so much over here, but it's a really controversial topic in the US where people talk about the actual ability of women to do math, quantitative sciences, the perception versus the actual ability. We could touch upon each of these or other topics which all lead to variables. So just as I found this off the All India Survey of Higher Education, and this was a question which, these are just some numbers which Biosbook of India also showed. So India has the highest proportion of STEM graduates, women STEM graduates, 43%, way more than US, UK, etc. And these are some graphs I found, and I do welcome you to please look at the website. They have AISH has a lot of data actually now. So this is just to show you how there are a lot of women in even PhD enrollment is almost 50-50. However, what happens is the bottleneck, and like Sandhya just mentioned, it's like there's a huge hole after PhD where women drop out. So although there is a nice gender ratio here, what happens is this is what Biosbook India showed us in the morning, that only 14% of women actually are doing science later on after their PhD. So this is probably one variable, a huge variable. And this is off the Biosbook India website. And finally, this is again the academic glass ceiling. So it's not just people doing faculty positions, even leadership. Female leadership is really dismal. So of 725 public-private universities, only 0.024% has ever had a female VC. And then only 4 women directors across 7 institutes. So leadership is a real lacune, if you will. And I would just like to leave you with the same picture I showed you in the morning. This is the picture from Rashtrapati Bhavan with no representation at all. And I hope with these numbers, the panel would be able to address some questions which Gunjan has prepared and will.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmisha. So with this picture, I would like to begin with Rohan. So my first question is to you. So according to you, what role do male allies play in supporting women's success in academia and education? And how can men be encouraged to actively participate in promoting gender equality?
I think it's a very important question that all of us at all walks of life encounter. And having a supportive and an encouraging atmosphere at workplace is very important. And it should not have stereotypes classes of gender discrimination. One should look beyond that and the ability of the person to do a particular job rather than discriminating him or her just based on the gender. So at all levels, be it companies, be it assigning a particular job, be it at the higher levels of being a director or a VC, I think there should not be any sort of discrimination that is put upon due to which someone is just held back from rising the ranks just because it's women. So that should not happen, and to do that at institution level, firstly at national and the government level, there have to be clear policies which they have to be formulated in such a way that discrimination would not happen. I don't know, I'm not aware if such clear-cut policies exist. Firstly, to start with, probably not, because of which we don't see as many women being at these top places. I'm fortunate that my supervisor actually, when I look at these figures, my supervisor is the director of one of the eminent institutions, and I was fortunate to do my PhD with the women's supervisor. I further moved on to do my postdoc with a male supervisor, and I could see clear differences in the way I was mentored in at both the places. Both experiences were good, but I learned different things from both of them. So there were clear differences because being a female supervisor or a male supervisor. So I can definitely vouch for the fact that female supervisors or female scientists or women in STEM are no less than men. And I think men should be supportive of that fact, and we have to be more inclusive of that fact and respect women who want to be part of such maybe decision-making committees or taking up roles and responsibilities at institutions or any walks of life pertaining to science and mathematics. So, but like I said, there have to be policies at the level of government which can be then implemented at institutional level, which will change things. One major thing that I feel is lacking because I went through the job application process quite recently. I just started my lab 2 years ago, and one of the glaring differences that just it came across to me was when I applied to universities or institutions in North America or Europe versus I did in India. We always had a diversity and inclusion GEI statement that we had to provide. And we have to be very careful in the way we word it and we have to mean what we say, especially when you were interviewed at those places. So such a thing does not exist in India. And that's very shocking to me. None of these people actually have an official EI statement that is provided by the applicants. So that's a very good place to start with. That is, in my opinion, something that we should really start, and maybe that could take things forward in terms of being more inclusive and having more women featured in pictures like this.
Can I just add a point?
Sure.
What Rohan just said, all was true, but I also feel that it's high time that things change at home, because all these issues that again we talk of start very early on, because the way we bring up our kids, because the way we bring up our boys and girls very different. And that's how the society has been. But now it's time that we bring them up and kind of inculcate these points early on. I feel kids are changing, but again, as mothers, as fathers, as parents, we really have to start this whole thing from home very early on, because otherwise, by the time they reach, their graduation, their post-graduation, or they get into the workforce, they're imprinted with these ideas that this is how it works. If a ceremony has to happen, it's the women folk who will take care of that ceremony, right? So the moment there is a ceremony, even in the department, even in the institution, who's called for is the women folk. So I really think these inherited biases should be changed by all of us in our homes first.
Thank you so much. So since Rohan mentioned some changes in policy, so my next question is around that. So it's an open question. Feel free to answer. Are there any systematic barriers or policies in place that hinder the progress of women in academia and education? If so, what we can do to address them? And if not, what new policies can be implemented to promote more women in leadership roles? So are there anything?
I am not sure if at any policy level there are biases, but yes, age is definitely one thing which goes against women, because the way these policies have been drafted, that definitely needs to change. But I personally very, very strongly believe that this has inherent bias that we change. And that will happen what I just mentioned, that when we start talking about these things, when we start talking and dealing with our own boys and girls in exactly the same manner. We can't be like, and I'll share this example. When me and my brother were growing up, there was no discriminations at home except one that I always told my mom that, we both would be studying, but I would be called for laying the tables. And I would always question that, well, why it's me? Though I thank her for that trait she inculcated, but it would always be me. My brother would never be called. It's a very simple statement, but yes, those changes have to be inculcated. When we have 10 PhD students in the lab or 10 students in the lab, boys and girls, we have to talk to them as mentors again. We have to talk to them and kind of bring in some of these pointers, and so that when they become leaders, when they start their labs, they don't have those issues, and they don't segregate or discriminate between boys and girls. And that's how I really feel that slowly this change will come.
And I want to just add to that. Yes. So I just add a little, it might be a little controversial. In my experience, I will try not stereotype, I will just talk about my experience. In my experience, female students, girls, daughters are told that you have to be educated. You have to educate. My entire family and my parivar, the entire basic pride that all the girls are being educated. And they're forced to get the 99% or 95%, stay home and study, stay home and study. What they're not told is what the heck are you going to do with that education? What is the purpose of you getting that degree? And the other thing they're not told is that they have a burden to be ambitious in life with that education. And I'll say it's a burden because what it means to be ambitious, in principle, in my opinion, is to an extent financial independence. You have to be ambitious to become rich in life. You live on money to an extent. Okay? No, I can do that. But in my family, the girls are never given the burden that they will take out a loan for the house that they will eventually live in. That they have to financially support their parents in their old age. They have to buy the BMWs and the houses for their parents when they are. The boys are. Is the boy's responsibility. So even though the boy is got 65% in school, he will eventually have to find a job and earn a living and support the family. The girl, despite having won 95% in school or her MBA degree or PhD degree, is not expected to be the financial one. And that happens very early. The result is I have cousins who are 25, 30, who are very well educated, without wanting to be ambitious to be the director and CEO of a company. They're not putting their CV forward for those high-end jobs. We talked about high-end jobs to an extent. I'll tell you at TI part, in my department, unequivocally, we will be very happy to hire female applicants. When you get 100 applicants, 95 of those applicants are male, 5 applicants are female. Success ratio in getting corporate interviews 5%. 5% of 95 is still a viable number. 5% of 5 is not a viable number. Okay. The point is you have to put your hat in the range. How do you do that? You can't do that because you're not been, I hate to say this, part of it is we don't dream to be the CEOs of a company. I don't dream to be the VP of university. And part of it is you have to visualize something in life before you get. Anyway. So her statement about starting at home is absolutely important. And in terms of what it is, it's about pressuring your daughter, female child, to basically say, you will take care of me. Don't be shy by putting that pressure because that will create ambition, that will create drive, that will create an expectation from her that she's on this planet to do something. All right.
If you're going to tell them, lay the table and your job is to take care of the parivar of Lakshmi, Lakshmi and all of that business, then that is what you'll end up doing later in life, right?
Do you think the systematic killing of ambition happens due to an external entity, or is it because we ourselves are not vigilant?
No, see, first of all, the tree will always rise to the top. All of you are the tree here. Let me make that perfectly clear. All of you are driven, all of you have incentive, regardless of whatever shit has come in your way, you are there. You are persevering. You are excelling best that you can. All right. And so even with the systematic sort of bottlenecks along the way, you will still pioneer and get, what we're trying to do, or what I would like us to do, is realize that you have to provide this inspiration to the next generation to help the girls who are not getting the mentors. Okay.
I think I agree with Deepika, because I have achieved so far because I had my parents' help, because they didn't have sons, so they have pressurized me that you have to do something. So
see, every female here, we all have our, some people have talked about the fact that their parents signed it. Some people have talked about that their father had it. Some of us didn't have parents to support them. I have a family who think naukri karna matlab naukri karna. All right. So I had to find a different. I'll tell you why I did, why I talk about money. The reason I did a PhD, simply because it's from the few degrees in the world, they pay you for that degree. You don't get paid to do an MD or an MBA. You get paid to do a PhD. That is the sole reason I did it. Because I wanted to be financially independent. And that is motivated. Money has motivated me this far. I mean, science comes along the way, but I'm just giving you a slightly different perspective. I obviously love what I do. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't doing that. But I want, it's also these elephants in the room that don't get discussed. And I just want people to be aware of it. They realize you have a huge part to play in society. And therefore, this is the way we change. Acknowledging our own issues and then trying to change for the next generation. I'm sorry. I think no much.
I think in terms of policy, we have certain policies in place which are worked out for women education in STEM. For example, the 20% admission in IIT. And that is it. And I think we will need more of such kind of policy that enables or encourages women to participate or to participate in STEM fields basically. In terms of why there are less numbers, even though we have more number of PhDs and we all discuss about the key pipeline, I think more number of postdoctoral researchers and schemes like Inspire and PDF and what women in scientific domain, which does allow women to participate after a career break. But in addition to a career break, there should also be a possibility that they can apply for more postdoctoral research if they want to stay back. I think those kind of policies would encourage females to take a time, and also to allow our girls to dream big, as has been mentioned by others, and take this. And I think one of the important factors that can help them in taking this is through school, because then they learn a lot of these skills in terms of taking risks and teamwork and communication. So I think it's important that we also have questions while my daughter is, the only child playing football, or while my daughter is the only child doing the robotics. It should be encouraged, or the mentors for those programs should encourage more female students as well. And it should be talked with the parents if there is any hesitation. And I think those kind of small steps are needed right at the level of school education or college education as well.
So my next question is for you only, Smita. Sure.
Rohan, you had a question, right? So I have seen
students, female students who did PhD. But then later on they got married again because they had a family and they wanted to take care of family, but not all. Few left, few continued their PhD, their scientists now, they're doing very well. But then out of these few who left their journey and their career, they came back also because then there was a program started for them. So they joined back and then they had this 3 months lab rotation, something was there. So we had a student who came up and was there for 3 months after almost a span of 10 years and 10, 12 years. But then she wasn't happy to be in the lab work anymore. Government gave an opportunity, but she said, no, I'm very comfortable having a very great life, going for international trips and enjoying my husband. So I don't want to come back because that's the basis. The gap. At times, I was very happy that something had come on because if I was then unfortunately I delivered my kid, my first baby was 3, I would have loved to do that. I would have taken a 10 and gone back, but it was not for me then. And then as we that was the point. So that's one thing it happened because you also have an opportunity again to come back to they just don't want to come back because now they are interested. Because science is something that you have to keep yourself updated. It is there. No doubt now you have internet, but still you have to be there somewhere. So after such a period, she not come back. I'm very surprised getting funds also. The second thing was as I mentioned that we don't dream. Now, for me, I would not say that there's nothing even in science and it means only those what PhD. No, I would say, and the question that you ask, I would rather say this picture I was taken. Why is no question here? Why only the picture was there? Why only all men are sitting over here? Why not a woman is there? This is a question of IITs and IITs. Why not? But if there was a DA person there, if they was a DA team, we would have had because we had director Dr. Dinshaw, TSC director, and Dr. Chitrungal was director, and then I am Dr. From director for CDR. So there are things, not so. But then these people have got a question. You have to start questioning. So cute. If there are 10 women standing over here, why not a single woman here? Why? So if it's a wish not to be there, be comfortable in comfort zone and be happy because contented as plans and money is very important. There's an idea to discuss them. And so if you all are not paid for a week, you will not go. Will you go? You will not go. Definitely, you will not go because money is important. But at the same time, your passion. Your passion, right? Because you're happy. And when you are educated, you're into education, definitely that's the purpose. So after you in PhD and postdoc come back to India, you're not able to become scientist join. So what's the purpose then? You should become PhD or PhD postdoc, you will also have to do that. You do not come here and do it. Because you're not driven. आपको सपना नहीं खींचता है. You don't dream of becoming okay fine. You become in a department still there. I know people who are working very comfortably under a head. I'm very happy, very happy. But someone wants to get head, or their president they give more responsibility to make them so that they don't even think about it. But there are people who will never give up. As a head, you do whatever you love, whatever you're passionate about, do every day. It will be boring. This is not a very calm comment. Let it be boring, but that's where you get success and you will reach. And I would be happy if this whatever discussed over here and maybe next meeting if someone comes up and says, okay, fine, we want this and we want our students to be there and achieve something. I belong to background. Let me tell you, I'm a doctor in humanities. My doctor in humanities came after I left my job. I was scientific assistant for 25 years because of my facility. And I left my job. I think one street average in 2017. So I always say I left my job, but my work changed. Because I was so passionate about photography that when I was learning, my boss was a male. I would not name him, I would not name, but I would not name. But he's really good to me. So he wanted a boy to be there under him. But unfortunately, I was selected, maybe I was good. And so I was there. He didn't like me. So he did not train me formally, but I wanted to learn so I learned because I wanted to learn. And I did that. I had to impress people because I was doing good. I was sending students, I was doing and that's what they continued there. I was 25 and there are very few photometrists in India were there. So I was offered position because central government job, under DA given. So I was offered job at election. You can go to the university company, they offered me a good job, good pay. And good corporate, they paid 4 times. But I was very happy being here. Now, after my retirement, after leaving my job, and continued my postdoc by organizing national and international events International Indoor Technology Workshop, which started in 2002, where I was a delegate there, I was participant, but I kept on going there. I kept on being there. I became committee member, I became associate faculty. There was almost 10 to 12 years. My name was never in the poster, but I think I continue, I was loving it. Today, I am a co-founder of a trust who organizes these workshops at college level, national level, international level. I'm a co-founder, managing along with all the big names. The funny the doctors, the main thing over here, I was supported. Because they saw that this girl who comes here, she's working hard, and she's following it up. So you have to keep doing it. Keep fitting every day. You will reach. The day you give up, you'll probably into the next day or your day and lost it. So dream, don't give up. And today I'm very happy as a team manager from technologies to co-contracting. There was a time when my name never existed in any poster officially. But today I can take a decision. Whether it's national faculty or international faculty, I'm supposed to invite you and take care of all the funds. So this power will come to you, this responsibility when you want to take it, you want to go. That's a broad question. Today I'm very happy. And it was not an issue for me. I had a very good cost, which was very good cost support. So I want to request everybody who wants to please, because if anyone looking under you is a female girl or whoever it is, please support that person at any position. Believe me, half the work will be done there itself. Today I'm currently very independent. I've got a family where my husband is an actor, he mentioned that I think proud mentioned. My husband is a very popular actor in India. I don't know whether he was obviously yet. So it's the value of that. So money is not an issue for me. Usually I'm very happy, but I know if my parents had taken, my parents came from Pakistan, maybe all this, and I was the first to go to college. So I was welcome to be at many places, only men and I was to the team, but to be one against them. So I'm right, I did that. So that's the way it is. So I want to continue this. I will keep doing this till I want it. But at the same time, as I said, we are looking for girls who can manage and take ahead technologists or scientists take ahead technology and are leading this business. But we find it because women are not appointed. Someone also is one point. Why are not appointed? Because I have gone through this, I have been a discussion. Basically, लड़की है starting करेगी बच्चा का छुट्टी लेगी, बच्चे को तकलीफ होगी छुट्टी लेगी, फिर हस्बैंड का प्रॉब्लम छुट्टी लेगी, in-laws का प्रॉब्लम छुट्टी लेगी. So we don't want that. This is a discussion having in the room. Where this happens at Panama. Record it, send it to the concerned authority and get them started. We don't do it because we keep the fathers. So I think everybody has to change the mentality and support each other if you want actual change to happen. Otherwise, this discussion will go around and around. This is happening 100 and back also today also. So I would again ask because that picture जिसने लिया था और जितने भी लोग हमें क्वेश्चन करो कि वहाँ पे कोई क्यों नहीं है, and I think that's all about. Thank you. That line actually killed me. Mostly we will see the voice club as a level of comfort, and it is very difficult to. So that kind of a comfort is there in the voice club, right? So when you want to ask because of things that or something, if women is being part of it, I think what is limiting that? Because most of the time they are happy in the voice club and they don't want women to be part of it. So what is it?
I don't want to answer that. I don't believe in that philosophy that you're talking about. I've never looked at it in that way ever. So I would not be so conscious about the fact that this is the woman I would have a conversation with her around to discuss the problem and have a friendly conversation. So I never looked at it that.
But I think that is a big problem because I can't we like women, but women leaders. No, so that's again it boils down to your home. If you all reflect what happens when there's a family get together, all males sit in the drawing room. Where are the females? There is a female, right? Does any female go and sit with them in the drawing room? And I'll tell you again from a very first experience. Very recently, we had a death in the family, and there were all uncles and relatives and my father. Everyone was sitting, and honestly speaking, even I had to gather some courage to go and sit with them. And then we had very nice conversation, but there was an effort, and I felt initially I was a little hesitant to go and sit. But then, morning someone mentioned, you have to be on that table. No one is going to give you that seat that, okay, come and sit. No one will do that. You have to basically find your own chair and table and sit. So that conversation again at home, and this is what percolates in the boardrooms. This is what percolates in our meeting rooms, in our classrooms, or any other discussion, or voice club. Because they are already comfortable talking among themselves, and no woman gets into that sphere. But I very strongly feel that if we gather that courage and go and stand there, they will not make you uncomfortable. Things will change. But yes, the first step has to come from what your
freedom of conversation they have in that group. And if a woman is there, I think they have to think at times.
Honestly speaking, maybe that's our bias. It's also possible that that's our bias. We have, if we can strike that conversation at the same level that they are having, who's going to stop us, right? So it's again the question of our own confidence levels.
I have a question for Deepa, as you are very senior faculty now. So probably during the recruitment for some time. So the question is, so first, I mean, in this booklet, it's written like milestone view. Now, my question is like, say if you are getting applications, like as you have told, like 5% of the applications from female candidates. Now, what will be your take? Will you rely on number count or quality of the application? So it has to be quality above all. I do not think that any of us would like to lose our respect for anything. We want a chance to pull up a chair at the table based on our capability, and we want respect. At the end of the day, that's all we want. Quality is respect. And therefore, under no guise do at least I believe in compromising quality. Issue is, even for men, like I said, if I have 100 applications, quality is 1% of that. So we can find quality, one candidate in 100. You understand that means their quality. The problem is if the total number of female applications are 5, I'm sorry, the assumption that all of these 5 are going to be exceptional is not true. Okay, let's just be called, spade is spade. And but 1%, if the same ratio goes, you understand, 1% of the females are exceptional, that they will reach to the, edge of these things if given the option. But you have to put your name forward. It's not happening. I'm not saying it's across the board. I'm not saying it's across the. I can only speak about it from my perspective, my department, and my institute. And for what it's worth, the mentality I give to all my students, it's something I read, or something I made up, and I told it to some of you. There's a job advertisement, and there are 10 qualifications. A female takes off 7 and says, I only have 7 out of 10, I will not apply. A guy takes off 3, and I'm sorry, I'm stereotyping. But somebody takes off 3, then I don't like it. It's the perspective. It has nothing to do with academic qualifications. It has nothing to do with your capability. It's you and your own head. All right? Believing in yourself and saying, I will put my name forward. If I get rejected, I get rejected. Okay? But the first step is putting yourself out there. Taking a risk, taking a risk. And the reason I bring up the second point, which I already did, I was trying to analyze why don't we take risks? Why do only some women take really big risks? And it's that comfort. Look at it upon yourself, I speaking from personal experience, it's the ability that you can, right? क्यों दिमाग खराब करना है उधर जाके हेलो कौन बनेगा that kind of thing. I am happy where I am. I'm content. But part of it is, and I'm not saying it's for everybody, but again, this is another problem, right? It's all that. To an extent. Push yourself, find mentors, find goals. Is that okay?
From there. There's two people. There are three people actually from there.
What do you think, how many percentage of women, because we are saying this fact again and again, that women are driven or not motivated or don't want to go out of their comfort zone. So just an idea, how much percentage of women can be that criteria? And second is, if you are saying that only 5 women are applying for a position, then can you include some inclusivity policy or something like that? When you give an example, it's not exactly that you are dropping the quality, but to maintain the inclusivity, can you set some examples and take one female candidate? And that maybe if you are saying that the motivation, maybe that will be the motivation they need in case it's there.
So what I have done, when I have done personally, trying to move the needle, every female Indian person that I have come across in my field who's working abroad, I send them emails towards the 4th year, 5th year of their PhD. I send them a blanket email, I send to postdoc, postdoc. Say, yeah, if I'm hired, you might want to consider it. I saw a recent paper from you, you might want to consider it upfront. But I have to put a qualification that this does not guarantee a position, but I am opening your eyes to an institute like this. Maybe if I want. Okay. So that is what I have done personally, because I can go, I will try to do things at an institute level. For what it's worth, I can speak on my department. I've been on many active promotion, not promotion as well, but induction things. I have yet to see a bias where the male is preferred unnecessarily, the females are not discounted. It's just that we don't get enough of the application. Okay. That is, in terms of numerics, you wanted a quantitative number. I'm not saying women are not driven. Please do not put that. I am not saying, I think women are doubly driven. Okay, all of you are here sacrificing lots of things to spend time here. I know that women are doubly driven. The question is, why are we at this stage? This is 2023. Universities and science and societies existed forever. What is I do not know. I try and introspect and figure out what has curtailed progress. Society is 50% women. Whoever came before us, they opened some doors. They didn't open all doors. We're opening some doors. We're moving the needle bit by bit. We can only move it if we accept reality. There's some things which the government, institutions, leaders can do, some things that men can do by helping us, but there's also something that we can do ourselves. That's all I'm saying. At least try, right? You have females who had all doors closed to them, yet they persevered. Then they tried, they believed it. They were not the brightest. Please don't, that's the thing I want to keep saying over and over. Because what was that word people use that impurity, imposter syndrome. That is incredibly high in women, right? This ability that you're not good enough, right? And I'm here to raise my hand and say the person who least thought would be here in her life is here, simply because you have to fight. No one is going to give you a chair to pull up at the table. You have to do it to an extent yourself. You can find mentors around you, but you won't find mentors all the time in all situations. You have to look inward. Find a mentor in yourself.
Just a point that maybe I would want to add very quickly. That when you are looking to go up that ladder, again, it requires a lot of different kinds of skill sets. And who's teaching us those skill sets when we are moving up the ladder, especially with very low number of female role models up there, who are, let's say, at senior positions, and who are the ones who can share their experiences, only then the next generation can find out. But that's also not happening. And that's why I'm not sure again how many of you follow Indra Nui, but she has been talking extensively of creating this system, right?
that you create your networks, you share your experiences, because moving up the ladder is an extremely energy exhaustive process. It's not that simple, it's not that easy. But only when you see these role models and they share their experiences is when you get that courage and confidence that yes, I can move up. Right. So that's also something that needs to change in our culture overall.
Just a very good point I would like to add for this. I think more women should actually think of putting in the ring in the hat, like Deepa said. That's really important because women bring uniqueness to these leadership positions. What I've observed is women have such positions that in general also they have empathy and sensitivity that the men may lack quite a few times. And I think this at such a position, if you have these qualities in you, it makes a big difference and it changes how things are actually done. So I think more women should actually put in their, they have to go in there and go in for the leadership positions.
Shall I?
Yes. So I have one.
Yeah. I think just a word. I think Smita think alike. So this is Smita Pawar from Rahmania University, and I think she was exactly talking the words which have already written here. So I don't know this lady's name who was just talking about how do we develop these students? What are we supposed to do? What is the number or what is the percentage that these leaders are existing? I think first thing that we have to understand is, are we looking for them? Are leaders born? Leaders are not born, they are made. They need to be trained. There are certain set of skills that they need to have, just like Rohan accurately has said. Empathy, definitely. Hard work, perseverance. Other than that, financial management is one aspect that women hardly bother about, be it in personal life or profession. This aspect completely they neglect. And maybe that is also one of the reasons why we are falling back. So I think here it is very important first to identify that no one is born with the qualities. We have to acquire those qualities. What do we require? We require trainings for this. A proper training programs have to be conducted. It's not a choice. You train them up. No, I don't say that everyone is going to become a leader. Definitely many are going to emerge out of this. So there is a certain sort of a plan that has to be put into action. I mean, yes, we know the problems, we know the challenges, but how are we going to overcome it? The only way that we are going to overcome is when a woman is going to sit at the helm of the affairs, and when the decisions are made by a woman, then only these aspects are going to be into, they are going to consider it. A man cannot think it like a woman does. A man does not know the problems what a woman does. So these are the things. So we have to train ourselves. And as rightfully said by Deepa, sitting here itself means we are already at the same layer. And I think we do share the responsibility of transferring this, be it the leadership or the training, to the fellow colleagues or the students who are below us. I don't say rank wise, younger to us, juniors to us. So I think the onus lies on us that we are going to train them up. The human psychology says that we learn more by seeing than by listening. You do it, they follow. So I think this is one thing that I practice. I practically do it and show it to them and then leave it to them. And I just say, when I can do it, why can't you? So I think that practically works more effectively than sitting and telling you do this, do that. No. Stand up, do it for yourself. It will be a definitely difficult task, not an easy job. And as many of the points, as rightfully have said, yes, we have to take the chair at the table. Right now in our university, the administrators, we do have good number of administrators. I can say that proudly say 50% of administrators are women. But sadly, the second part is when it comes to decision making, not a single woman is there on that. That means we are holding the positions that do not contribute to the policy making. So we are slowly going, it's a good improvement. I think we are 50% now, but maybe we'll be reaching that table very soon. Another small discussion that was going on, Madam was asking, why doesn't men talk? But I'll tell you an ideal situation. You have 10 guys and one lady, she'll be comfortable talking to all those guys. But if you leave a guy among 10 ladies, he wouldn't be comfortable with her. At least at INYAS, we don't agree. That is like that. Maybe not an odd or special situation may be different, but that's how it is. Maybe we need an instant that be very comfortable. I think if you need anywhere, I'll be very comfortable talking to anyone. But you ask Rohan to do it, I think he's gonna have a tough time. Rohan can he's the biologist who's been in I already last my mind connects so much. I'll put it in a very different way. They say that they, get very close over the drinks. They open up more over the drinks. It's not in the office, but after us. So this is what happens. Is like, I'm not generalizing. I'm not trying to make any steps of here. But this is the tendency that we are seeing. There's a lot of interaction that goes on among men, socializing, connecting. They are doing the networking there. So that is what really makes them a strong lobby where I think women are a bit lagging behind, because these are the weakness areas that we have identified. Why women are not really becoming good leaders? Because yes, we are not able to connect as they are. We do it, but not as good as they connect to each other. So I think these are certain aspects that I think we have to look into if we really want to, make others also good leaders. So these are my points. I think I can tell you. Yeah, please. So regarding the financial planning, I think it's important to have these training, leadership training, trainings for the student and for the girl. But I think it's also important that these skills are imparted from home as well as during their trainings in PhDs and postdocs, so that it doesn't become a burden when they apply for faculty positions for financial planning or labs, all these aspects. Yeah. For example, getting the quotations or making the PRs or making a budget for their project. I think it's all important skills that they do learn during the PhD, and it's important to have this conversation with the students to help them understand why these skills are needed and how they really help them in aspect. So I have also I think maybe also one thing I could be men probably they think the women around are the competitors. That could be one thing. That's why they're very comfortable with it. And they know very well, they're very clear that this is what it is and we are marrying them. For example, whenever you're sitting in a car, you're in a car or driving your car, boys and then and if anybody just speed over or something and then like, first thing you already say, oh, you drive the room. Just imagine, this is what it is. यहाँ से शुरू है कितनी गाड़ियों में कोई गाड़ी साइड से देखो लेडी ही ड्राइव कर रही है कैसा व्हाई बिकॉज कहीं ना कहीं डाला हुआ है कि अगर कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो इट हैज टू बी कुछ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स हो रहा है करने की कोशिश कर रही है वो कुछ वहां पे कुछ हो रहा है गलत तो भी लड़कियां लेडी ही हो व्हाई बिकॉज ऐसी राइटली कि बचपन से होना चाहिए हमारे हम बच्चों को हमारे बेटों को कहेंगे बेटा देखो जब घर में मेहमान आ रहे हैं तो आपकी बहन नहीं आप चाय लेकर आओगे पानी लेकर आओगे यहाँ पे भी कोई लड़की है लड़की को फील करी जेंडर नहीं करना यू टू बी देयर एंड यू ट्रीट एवरीबॉडी इक्वली मेल फीमेल भूल जाओ व्हेन यू वर्किंग टुगेदर इन प्रोफेशनल लाइफ बस तुम सिखा दोगे ना आई थिंक वी विल अचीव व्हाट वी वांट टू अचीव दिस इज नॉट बी देयर व्हेन यू इंटरैक्ट इज दैट व्हाई ओनली बॉयज आर वेरी कंफर्टेबल जब वो बोल रही है कि 10 में से 5 फीमेल है 5 मेल है या 10 में से 1 फीमेल है या 20 में से 1 फीमेल है 100 में 1 फीमेल है वो बदलेगा ही नहीं ना ऐसे फीमेल को ना मेल को ना मेल ना वुमेन so I think there won't be a problem but this is there in both the day that goes out right now and that is start definitely women saying even start that way this is change out and not always good for having the koi lady okay.
So coming back to the variables of women's success in academia and education, I have one last question, a very important one. So are there any specific disciplines or areas within academia and education where women face greater challenges in terms of achieving success? If so, what are those challenges and how can they be addressed? We all know that in biology, the maximum number of lady representation will be there, but are there any other specific disciplines where women face more challenges? in terms of achieving success? So who wants to answer that? So I repeat my question. Are there specific disciplines or areas within academia and education where women face greater challenges in terms of achieving success?
I think your report only suggests that, okay, in terms, I think that the subject areas which require labs and field experimentation, which are more time driven and might have more challenges, in my opinion. Yeah, even here, if there is field, is there a subject wise?
Yeah, if on the left, lower left.
And there are more females in science as compared to engineering and technology. So I think again, this comes, if we talk about less participation of girls in engineering and technology as compared to science, it might be that there is taking ability over with we have to lesser women coming out into the lesser proportion. But in terms of challenges, I would say even within science, if we see the ones which have some lab components or things which require moving along moving on, I would not say that field jobs, of course, will have more challenges. I'm not saying that theoretical sciences don't have their own challenges. But I mean, because they require time management skills, they become a little bit more because you have to juggle between different spaces and time. Maybe if somebody has an I don't think I have any specific comment here, but I really feel that if, again, as an individual, if there is a certain field that you are interested in and you want to follow that path, you have to figure out how do you manage, how do you handle and how do you time manage everything around it. Right? In spite of all other challenges that society poses, your family would pose, your spouse, in-law, anyone. But I guess again as an individual, if there is something that you want to pursue and you like it, in spite of all challenges that are there around, I am very sure that if the grounding, if the initial training is or the foundation is strong enough, you should be able to navigate that all those challenges and pursue it. So this whole demarcation of I don't completely agree that girls don't get into engineering fields. We don't know exactly, at least I don't know exactly what is the reason why they don't get into it. Maybe they feel it's just too difficult. That's what it's told to them, right? That it's just too difficult. You'll have to spend a lot of time into. I really don't know what is the reason, but many times we also just imbibe these. Whatever is told to us, we just blindly follow it and never try to get into that domain which is so-called challenging, right? So
based on this slide, after biology, we have maximum in maths. So the trends are changing. It's a good thing.
Chemistry is very low. There was a question there, right?
You not have field work in mathematics, but generally the number is being less because as it was pointed earlier, we have less female role models.
Right.
So in mathematics also that is a similar situation because we see less people in mathematics, less female students want to take it. So that is also a reason adding to it. In fact, I have got to say many times, as girls can't be doing it. So that is the kind of thing we get from school time. But in general, I mean, the place where I studied, we had a lot of female faculty and a lot of female students. So it was never felt that way. Outside my university, I thought there was a lot of female faculties, and this is the reason why this is also the reason adding to it.
I would just like to add as further to that. Just think of it from a parent's point of view. You want your child to be successful and well settled in life. When the child says that they want to do a profession such as biology, and just there is a chance that they can do medicine later on. That there is a chance for a career that is, again, when I think of someone doing maths, this is exactly what my father said, what the heck would you do with a maths degree? They just did not have the concept of the sort of the possibilities that a maths degree would open up, what sort of professions. But the result is not advocated. It's sort of a subconscious way of killing a spirit. They might be good at it, but it's a way of saying that there is no potential. You know, so again, I'm going again with my own personal statements that my family would say is that you should look for a career that is nice and simple and safe and, you know, does not require a lot of arduous work and things like that. My father is an engineer, and he perfectly said never do engineering. It's the worst thing you can do. He's a civil engineer. He would go on site and deal with plumbers and electricians and builders. And he said, never do engineering. And the funny thing is, you know, in India, everyone thinks engineering is a way to be successful. There's so many engineering colleges. Every parent wants their son to be an engineer or a sound perspective engineer. But the fact is, you know, my father didn't want. He didn't understand what I was still doing, but that's the thing. So what I'm trying to say, there are many things that go towards why people do what they end up doing. And most of it has to do with the eventual possibility of employment and success and comfort later and security. Exactly.
Oh. I wanted to make quick one on your this thing. I'll give example of I'm an obstetrician and then I did my public health. So when we were studying, this was about 25 years ago, hardly any girl would go in surgery, general surgery. General surgery was thought to be a predominantly male area of medicine. Now, when I go to civil hospital, 50 to 60% surgery residents are girls. Same way at that time, nobody used to go for orthopedics. A woman will not go for orthopedics because you require a lot of strength for that. One of my friend's daughter is going in orthopedics because she is really interested and her parents are. So what I'm trying to say is that one or two people will start. It could be one or two girls every 2 years or something like that, which was the way it was for us in Turkey. And now it has become sort of a norm, or you have more than 50% girls going for surgery and not thinking that you need to have a surgeon husband, only then your practice will survive. Otherwise, you won't have practice because no one would come to us. The second point that I wanted to make was about the field work, and I come from public health, and majority of our field workers, including government, whether it is ANM, ASA, or whoever, they are women. 60% of that field work goes to women. Plus, the people that we employ for our field work are mostly girls. They go in the morning, they go to strangers' home, knock their door, they will fill out the survey form, and samples are to be collected and collect samples and come back. So I don't think that there is that hesitancy to do that kind of work, and those women are not going to be paid a lot. If you think about data collectors' salary, it's not a lot of those are MSWs and their salary is not really high. So even in that kind of households, there is no resistance to letting girls go out and do certain kind of work. And if you look at men, they are medical officers who are sitting in PhD, not going out in the community. They are sitting in one place, it's a safe place for them and working. So I don't think that is kind of a very big issue, at least in public. I don't know about others. Which challenges in terms of career growth? Maybe you have to have time management skills for doing that particular.
So I think we've run out of time. I can keep looking at that. Yeah.
I also need many people of village now. Always speak of it and change a lot. And my mom keeps telling a story that was very different. So they got married 10 years old. They changed now. Everything has changed. And opportunities are many. But there are cases, even in metro cities, there are families who don't allow their girls to take up a job out there. They are educated, they are in the graduation position, but they're getting married. That's the reality. Things have changed. At the same time, the old stuff still is there. Maybe the person has gone down. So it's there. But then at the same time, just to add and not hear it. To do success, that's not anyone. Men, women, are different. will only stop when you stop. Because as ma'am said, that you have to keep trying, at least apply, try, just like give it a try. If you don't try, don't apply, who will people think about it? That's what it is. So you have to try. Everybody has to think about it, that whatever it comes, even if it is totally very far off, I can't come there, but give it a try, what's the problem? वो तो नहीं रहा है, ठीक है, we can just try, maybe it can happen. And even if it happens, won't take up. But if you know where you stand, what you're worth of, that's it. So if you have opportunity, just try. If you don't have, grab it, then go ahead. But don't just stop it on successful. Because आप काम करने के तैयार हैं, if you're ready to work hard and you're dedicated, no one else can stop you. You can come, maybe repeat early or later, it will happen. So don't stop yourself, just go ahead. So only the hurdle will be you. And there are people, the laws बहुत हमारे यहाँ पे, if you want to stop you, be so strong and ready to run something. And you take a step ahead. It's simple thing.
Thanks to all of you for sharing your insights and for your time. We have more.
Okay.
We have more questions. Yeah, save them for the.
आपने स्टार्टिंग में सर से पूछा था कि किसी भी लैडी को अगर ग्रो करना है, सक्सेस होना है, तो मैन को उसको सपोर्ट करना चाहिए कि नहीं? तो सर ने बिल्कुल कहा था कि करना चाहिए। पर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अगर किसी लेडी को सक्सेस होना है, राइट, तो उसको उससे किसी मैन की सपोर्ट की जरूरत, लाइक सिंगल मदर है या फिर बचपन में उसके पेरेंट्स एक्सपायर हो गए, तो वो सक्सेस नहीं हो पाएगी, डेफिनेटली होगी। तो फिर ऐसा क्यों कहा जाता है कि कुछ भी अगर लेडी को सक्सेस होना है तो मैन की सपोर्ट की जरूरत
बिल्कुल नहीं।
We are not beginning, first of all, ये दिमाग से निकाल दो कि हम किसी पर डिपेंडेंट हैं, बिल्कुल नहीं है। आप अपना नसीब खुद बनाओगे। The only thing would be आपकी पत्नी से ज्यादा होगी, इससे ज्यादा या बहुत ज्यादा होगी, लेकिन बहुत अलग होगा। मेरी मैं कंफर्ट लेवल में हूँ, जगह पे हूँ, मैं जरा जगह पर रही हूँ, या मेरे पास ऐसा है या ऐसा हो गया, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप नहीं कर सकते। अगर आज आप देखोगे ना, इतने सारे बच्चे हैं छोटे गाँव से, मुझे पता नहीं कहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। बस हम, मैं भी अभी कोई डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, बट यस, अगर आपकी फैमिली का सपोर्ट है, आपको मौका मिलता है, टाइम मिलता है, तो आप अच्छा करते हैं, आप पर्सनल लाइफ में स्ट्रेसफुल बनते हैं। लेकिन ये कहीं पर भी नहीं लिखा है कि आपकी कामयाबी किसी मैन के हाथ में डिपेंडेंट है या उसके ऊपर, बिल्कुल नहीं। इसका मतलब ये है कि यू डिसाइड कर। At the same time, इसका मतलब ये है कि कोई सामने आसपास लोग ऐसा भी नहीं है, बिकॉज सक्सेसफुल तब रहोगे जब आप टीम में काम कर सकोगे। No one can be successful on their own individually. So whenever you are working together, it's going to be a team always. So you learn how to work in a team and build a relationship. But yes, आप अपना 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 जो बोलते हैं कामयाबी आपके हाथ में है, और अपना उनको दर्द देखो, बस डोंट गिव अप।
ठीक मैम, एज अ ह्यूमन पर्सपेक्टिव सबका यही दिमाग होता है कि अगर हम जो सोचते हैं वो अचीव कर लिया तो सक्सीडेड, वरना वो कितना भी एफर्ट्स लगा दे कोई काम का नहीं है। तो इसमें ऐसा भी होता है कि लाइक मैन है, अगर वो किसी चीज में जाना चाहते बट अगर घर वाले मना कर रहे, बट फिर भी वो चाहता है, अगर फेल होता है तो मोस्टली सोसाइटी यही कहते थे चलो कोई नहीं, ट्राई तो किया, बहुत है। अगर उसकी जगह गर्ल होगी देख के कि हमने तो पहले ही मना किया था,
वही मुझे बात किया कि हमारी मेंटालिटी जो है ना, वो चेंज करनी पड़ेगी। हम लड़का लड़की सोचना बंद कर देंगे,
क्वेश्चन उठाते आपस में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो सकता है, उसको तो सॉल्यूशन आता ही नहीं।
लेकिन इसका मतलब ये सवाल उठाना उठा दे रहा हूँ, उनको कौन दो मुझसे बढ़ने का भाग रहे, लेकिन सवाल उठाना बंद नहीं करते। This is what I feel. So you don't give up. Many times when we had the society meetings, there's something, there are men, they will push you. You have seen that, no? They will whisper in each other, they are and the moment there's a female sitting there, a woman family member, वो बोलती है तो उसको तो देखो, मतलब ये बोल रही है, बट ठीक है, आप बोलेंगे, बट आप सही है बोलना है बोलो। और ये चलता आया है, ये ऑलरेडी हर जगह डिस्कस किया है, एवरीवेयर, so that will not stop you. आपको लगता है कुछ बोलना है बोलो, तो मुंह भी बंद पड़ रहा है ना, बोलते रहो, लेकिन बोलो। This is what I'm telling you. Always keep your presence. तो हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं कि स्कूल से क्यों आना है, बचपन पैदा होकर सिखाना कि लड़का लड़की ठीक है, घर में बेटा है बेटी है, लेकिन जब बढ़ते हैं उनको सेम पढ़ना पड़ेगा। अगर बच्चा बेटी अपना बोलिए बेटी को बहुत जरूरी है, उसको ये सिखाइए कि बाबा हमारी शादी के बाद तुम्हें भी काम करना पड़ेगा। ये नहीं है अपने आप इसको काम कर, बट डोंट गिव अप एंड डोंट स्टॉप डूइंग दिस।
सेकंड बट यहाँ तो पूरी कन्वर्सेशन में रोल मॉडल एंड मेंटर्स की बात है, तो उसके लिए हम क्वेश्चन लाइक रोल मॉडल्स की बात की तो कहीं ना कहीं लास्ट में आता था कि फीमेल्स कम है तो मेल ज्यादा, ऐसा क्यों? तो आंसर ऐसा कुछ मिलता था कि फीमेल में रोल मॉडल्स कम है। बट माय पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कि आपको कुछ करना है, कुछ नया करना है तो रोल मॉडल की जरूरत है, आप खुद के रोल मॉडल्स बन सकते हो। एंड सेकंड थिंग, मेंटर्स की बात हुई थी कि लाइक आप कोई प्रॉपर मेंटर चुनिए जो आपकी सक्सेस खुद को मानता हो, राइट? बट मे बी मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से किसी इंसान को ढूंढने जाओ मेंटर्स में, बट इसके बदले अगर हम खुद की गलतियों को मेंटर बना दे तो उससे बेटर थिंग कोई नहीं हो सकती ना, कि हम खुद की गलतियों से सीखे तो उससे बड़ा कोई मेंटर नहीं हो।
आपके रोल मॉडल का है, ठीक है,
आपको कोई मेंटर की जरूरत नहीं, अगर आपकी अपनी क्लैरिटी है, इफ यू आर क्लियर कि तुम्हें क्या करना है, तुम्हें किसी मेंटर की भी जरूरत नहीं। तुमने एक गलती की, तुम्हें एहसास हो गया कि तुमने ये गलती की है, एंड तुम उस गलती को दोबारा नहीं दोहराओगे। That's all. That's all. Don't give up. Really, I was telling Rohan that the fact जो points आपने रेस किए हैं इस पूरे डिस्कशन की जरूरत ही नहीं है। Just sum it up all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And honestly speaking, we really need people like her. Honestly speaking, we need, and change will automatically come.
We don't need panels like
The way we start talking like this, huh?
So I need to thank you for your question.
Yeah, change. Yeah, it will change. No, we should clap for her question.
She's self-motivated. What more you want?
So we'd like to thank the panelists for their discussions, Professor Deepa, Dr. Rohini, Dr. Smita, Rohan, and Rekha. Thank you so much. What is that?
So we have people.
Oh, that's what you want to say. I think for every child. मॉडरेटर्स का थैंक्स करना था, मॉडरेटर्स का थैंक्स। ओ अरे कोई बात नहीं यार, हमको हमको भी थैंक करना था और ये हो पाया। अरे नहीं हमको थैंक नहीं करना है, कुछ
basic student I invited her to apply MSc में यार you guys go understand
ચાલુ કરી દે 9 વાગે તો મારી દો હા ભાઈ બધે કરી દે અવાજ બંધ કરી દીધો તમને 10 વાગે આવજે 11 વાગે બડે બડે ચાર્જ કર જાણા શું કરવા હું ભાઈ હું બફાળો એટલે જો બોલ એટલા કરી દીધો ગલી કે માથા ચાદર માં તો પાડે હું ગંદા એટલે કરી ના પાડું હું એમ બોલું નહીં કરી એક કલાક 3 કલાક
मैं कह रही थी कि कैमरा ऐसे रहेगा तो आपको वीडियो आ रहा है नहीं तो जूम में बिल्कुल नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है तो बोल दिख रहा है कि मेरा को और अगर मॉडरेटर साइड हो तो साइड से माइक से ऑपरेटर्स की शक्ल तभी आती है जब ये वहां करती है ठीक है फोटो मॉडरेटर की हवा नहीं मैं वीडियो यूट्यूब पे देख रही थी मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा था और कैमरा वाज नॉट इन राइट
We are going to start next session, so I request everyone to join. I request everyone to take their seat. We are going to start our web session. I would like to invite Dr. Rajni Agarwal, Assistant Professor at University of Rajasthan, and Dr. Nisha Payne, Assistant Professor at Gujarat Biotechnological University, for the next session. Thank you, Ritu. Thank you so much. And a very good evening to all, and welcome back after tea break session. So here we are going to start with the panel discussion on factors perpetuating gender gap. Right.
For that, we are inviting our panelists. First, Professor Subir Majumdar. He is the Director General of Gujarat Biotechnology University. He is a fellow of all the three prestigious Indian Academy of Sciences, former distinguished professor and Director of National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, Hyderabad. His research expertise lies in livestock genomics, transgenic animal, gene and protein engineering. For his scientific contribution, he has received several prestigious awards and honors like JC Bose Fellow and Tata Innovation. So we welcome Dr. Majumdar. Please have a seat. Please have a full round of applause. So yeah. No, we'll invite other people also. Now, I take the pleasure to invite Dr. Kanti Vora. She is a professor at Indian Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar. Dr. Vora did her MPH from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, USA, PhD from University of Maryland, College Park, USA. Her area of interest in maternal health, reproductive health, and system biology, demographic surveillance. And she has also received many awards and accolades for her scientific journey. Thank you.
Next in the row is Dr. Neha Sadana from IIT Rover. She is assistant professor in metallurgical and materials engineering. She did her PhD from Amsterdam, Germany, master from Technical University, Denmark. She worked as scientist at INC Mohali, assistant professor at IIT Rover. Her area of research is site property relations for nanostructured materials for different applications. Next in the list is Dr. Rajendra Dhaka, Associate Professor in Physics at IIT Delhi and Chairperson INYAS. His PhD from UCCBA Indore. His research area is condensed matter physics. He is the recipient of several awards. Few among them are Veena Arora Faculty Research Award in Early Career category, N.S. Satyamurthy Memorial Award in Physics for Young Scientists, INSA DMG Fellowship. So we welcome all the panelists. So the theme which we have in this panel is factors perpetuating gender gap. So in the previous session, as Professor Samita rightly said that we have shown some statistics as well that in India, more than it is the highest number of women in STEM. But when we talk about jobs, then the number reduces to less than 14%. So one article I was reading a few days back that most of the persons sitting over here, they know what DNA is. So when we talk about the structure of DNA, then the name comes Watson and Crick. But we many times forget Rosalind Franklin, who gave the XRD diffraction structure. So what the reason is? Why her name is not so common as Watson and Crick? So starting with this, what are the factors or key points which lead to gender gap in society? Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. And I think I am going to speak in Stanford because I thought I am moderator. So, personally, if you read the word perpetuating, that's the most important thing here. And many of you might not have even understood what that actually. I also did the reading. And then I tried to kind of dissect what are they trying to ask. And which means that although the whole world is trying to cope with the gender gap, but it still remains. So that means there are certain factors. There has to be a number of factors which are actually preventing to reduce this gender gap. And I think in my knowledge and understanding, rather than referring to the international standards and ways of thinking, like if you go actually was saying that we are at 14%, and we know European countries, American countries, they've gone up to 38%. It is important that we do not really consider only the criteria which internationally are taken. Because there you will find a lot of big sayings like medical facilities. I think in India that hardly matters. We should make our own standards of understanding why this gap is there. And that, I mean, it is not that government has not worked on it, whether it is DBT, CSIR or DST, they have run so many good programs to cover this gap. And if you take the UK, which is the British government has taken special steps where they ensure that sometimes up to 47% of the funding they are given for either study or research is to the women. So there is an enforcement to that, for example, or is a commitment to do that. So there are two things. One is there are two parties. One is the party who is either going to employ you or going to fund you. And other party is the people who are supposed to get the benefit, that is the woman. And I think there are compulsions on both the sides. And we need to understand those compulsions very nicely. For example, how much or how many programs for women can be developed at DBT, PhD, or CSIR, or for that matter, ICMR does not that high, but does. Now, those are the government rules and regulations, but I think they have done wonderful in terms of generating lot of programs which are specifically for women. Then when we sit for kind of assessing those candidates, and then we also assess candidates who are the other candidates, like if you go to Inspire, it is a mixed bag, male and female. Then we sit for only women, and then we find that somehow the number of publications, quality of publication, sometimes those things come in mind. And I think that the encouragement should be given much at younger stage, rather than at that stage to give an employment. Because today, a program of DBT or DST or CSR is not going to give you a permanent job. Unless you are in a permanent job, you cannot be there permanently. And you cannot sustain and continue to do research, for example. But what is needed is when you compete openly, as far as the gender gap is concerned, that your CV should compete better as compared to other gentlemen to get a job. So the programs which are run, in my view, are run to help them to sustain their science or to come back to science after a gap of some years, as the in certain cases stages are more. But I think if we can also put a lot of force in generating a very good biodata or CV of them from the very beginning, I would say starting from bachelors, if they are really exposed to various kinds of things. One compulsion in India remains that always women cannot go from places to places for several days or for bigger trainings. In several families, that becomes a problem, not everywhere. Cosmopolitan cities, their families have a problem. But there are issues. So I have no knowledge whether we can bridge that gap between a cosmopolitan family living in a cosmopolitan city and a very brilliant girl living in a small city. So one of the ways with this video conferencing and all is that they can be made equally aware. They can be given equal opportunities by connecting to them in case they cannot shift places and get the learning. Because at younger age, at the level of PhD, etc., you cannot get to know the openings available. You do not know where to go and what to do to become big and competitive. So at least we can go to their doorsteps. And I personally feel that there should be committees who should be going from places to find out the reason for gender gap in India. It's of no use United Nations data or some British data or American data. We should see the problems in our country. And I personally feel that there is no doubt, no hesitation in anybody's mind that even after breaks, women can pick up and do wonders. And it is not so many people say, it's very difficult for me to accept it. I don't know for what reason, that there are not enough role models, women role models who would impress upon women to really go for a big career. I don't think, I mean, you said Tracy Thomas for whatever they call sending rockets, and also Abraham who did the Covaxin discovery in Pune with the Bharat Biotech Krishna Illa Saab. So I do not think that there are less examples for our country that women have not performed. They have performed very well, but you have to reach to very young girls and very at very young stage and influence them to come forward with a very good scene. And if the considerations are to be made, I think women should make committees to find out what are the loopholes or drawbacks. And I'll be happy that if something comes like that, this girl had a gap of 6 years for whatever reason, then her CV should be looked with that order. It should not be that you are now trying to take a boy who is appearing in the same interview with a very good CV or more number of I finished 1 minute, or with more number of publications. And you give, so I know this is one reason I am giving you. Second reason I gave about video conferencing and really motivating at very young age to perform good, to be equally competitive. Like that, there should be committees of women who should seriously, rather than only having such kind of INYAS meetings, they should go to places in colleges and find out that what makes the woman to not choose the path of the career in future and choose something else in between. See, more number of, I can understand if you talk about veterinary science, I will understand that no, not many veterinarians are there. You go to the field, you have to go in the night, you have to handle animals. But you see in the field of medicine, there's no. So they have gone. Why they have gone there? Why they have not come to science? Why they have not come to research? So I think there should be a committee who should give their feedback, and these should be the regional committees. South, East, North, or Northeast, you can have a special committee. And they even get the realistic pictures that how to promote it. And I think government is doing its job. Our philosophy here, I have handled at least 3 institutions in my life as head of that institute. I was there for about 6 months. And then I was at NIT, now I am at SBU. We always, it's in our head that we have to give equal opportunity. And we become very happy in an interview, a balanced number of people are taken. Because we know, that feeling is there. Any head of the institute would always think that if it does not happen for some reason, he or she will be criticized. कि आपने ऐसा कैसा किया, इतनी सारी लड़कियां ना होते हुए भी आपने इसको भी नहीं लिया, ये तो हमारे दिमाग में भी रहती है। पर अगर साथ में अच्छा सीवी आ जाए, साथ में उनको अच्छा प्रोत्साहन दिया जाए, और पहले से ही उनको बड़ा बनाया जाए, उनकी दिक्कतों को दूर किया जाए, facilitate their running. It's not that they can't run. You have to clear the track so that they can do. But वो क्या चीज है जो क्लियर करना है? ये मेरे वुमेन्स की कमिटी हो और कंट्री के 3-4-5 साइड में वो हो, और वहां से कॉन्स्टेंट ये जो परपेचुएटिंग प्रॉब्लम एक परपेचुएटिंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन के रूप में बनाकर उसको लेते रहिए। आज जो प्रॉब्लम है वो 3 साल बाद बदल सकती है और 3 साल बाद नए प्रॉब्लम्स आ सकती है। But I think this feedback is a policy. Give it to INSA, for example, and then INSA can submit to government, and then that can be of detail. So I will stop here. I will give you other.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Majumdar. So now I come to Dr. Neha, and I want to know about her opinion. What are the major factors that contribute to the gender gap in STEM, and why the women are very less in the higher position or in the pyramid of the position in the hierarchy, especially in the context of the leadership position? So what are the factors that inhibiting to become a leader, or why they are not seen as an efficient or kind of a leadership position? So I just want to your thought on that.
There are many factors, I would say. One thing is gender stereotype. First thing, we don't want to see somebody ahead of us. We don't want to listen to somebody in the middle. That is my normal thought process. वो बोल रही है तो क्या क्या वो मेरा गेम पॉलिटिक्स तो नहीं खेलूंगा, that comes in mind. So that perpetuates to them also. If I will tell her something, will she think negative about it? So there's a thought process, an unconscious bias that goes behind every person to go up the ladder. Also, there is a work-life balance that the lady, she's at a higher academic positions. Usually her children are in 10th or 12th. They also need her time, and she needs to invest that time in her own children's education. So she needs to know whether I need to give my time to my academic senior position, or should I give my time to my children, which is a very crucial time. Of course, there will be also some cases where in the previous session we were talking about a lot of energy is required, and it's an energy exhaustive process to progress in life. So does she want to invest that energy? And does she have more motivation to put in that effort? So all these things come into our mind, and when we talk about gender stereotypes, so usually she's even in a committee, people will not ask her, like, we have to pull up our own chair. So they will not ask her, what is your suggestion? Do you think we should consider this or the other? Sometimes we don't speak up because of the fear of being labeled as aggressive or outspoken. So all these things combine when it comes to STEM. And one thing that I have been discussing in INYAS as well, when we talk about movies, we see about publicity. We don't see movies के अंदर scientists के लोगों ने देखा. तीसरों वाली मूवी के अलावा मार्च, have you ever seen a scientist? बहुत कम मूवीज में है, वो भी इंडियन मूवीज में. चलो फॉरेन कंट्री के भी बात करते हैं. शेल्डन कूपर, बिग बैंग थ्योरी में you have seen Sheldon Cooper, you have seen Amy. So you have seen role models for science and discussing science. अगर ऐसे टाइप के कोई आप सोच सकते हैं सीरियल या कोई मूवीज जिसके अंदर साइंस की डिस्कशन हो? I don't think so. So जब हम साइंस के बारे में डिस्कशन करेंगे, then people will try to be at a higher level and be progressive. So I think these are few factors.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. So I want to know, like we were discussing about the factors of female leadership. So does gender stereotyping affect the students as well? And to what extent and how can we take it on that?
Yeah. So I think, yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, my opinion in many sense different. Okay, so let me put at least few points. One is, particularly when we talk about the higher education, as you also pointed out and we were discussing this morning, we all agree that up to the graduation, master level, and even these days at the PhD level, the gender ratio is really healthy. So there is absolutely, I think, not that big problem. And as you rightly asked, now that whether it is affecting at the student level, in my opinion, no. And I can tell you, at least in the context of, or at least at the level of like the institutes where I'm coming from. And personally, for example, I never ask anything which is different for a female student or a male student, or I never treat any student on the basis of gender. And I can tell you that this is the case. Most of the IIT faculties, or I'm not even saying for IIT faculties, I think in higher education institutes, most of the faculties, I'm not generalizing, but most of the faculties, they are not treating their students based on the gender. Okay, for me, all are my students. I am looking from everyone the performance, their scientific performance. In last 9 to 10 years, I never asked any of my students, male or female, anything their personal life related. They want to share if they need help. they come discuss. Within my capacity, I always help them, but I never ask them for any of their personal related things, either male candidate, male student or female student. Now I think the question which we are discussing here at the level of faculty or at the level of leadership, which I think the topic of this particular panel discussion. There are of course various points that are important, and in my opinion, not only for female, also equally for male. This is my experience that this is the age like around 30 plus minus 5, where we are going through various challenges. Not only this is the age when we get married, this is the age where many of us want to have child, this is the age when we want to have job, and this is the time when we are also having pressure from our family or society. Equally on both male, female, maybe I agree that in some cases maybe more on female, in some cases maybe more on male, depends on the situation. And in the current generation, I'm not talking about the generation before, at least the experience I have, I think most of us are very supporting to each other. And I would actually like to bring the point C here, that it is not that female needs support from male. Actually, my case is the opposite. My wife can survive without me, but I cannot survive without her. So it is not that, and it was also pointed out by one panelist, we need support from each other, not that the male needs support from female or female needs support from male. Once we are at that stage, once we are family, at least what I think is not male, not female, it is we. We both are taking the decisions. And as I was saying, this is the age when we are facing many challenges. We want so many things like the family, like the job, permanent job. And at that stage, we have to, look for everything and then find the optimized solution. And probably that is the stage where most of the families are finding the optimized solution, that male is going for job, female taking break, where probably there is this gender gap is being created at the faculty level. First of all, I'm not talking about leadership level, and that slowly, increases. But of course, as I also mentioned, there are various schemes of government where even like women scientists, the DST scheme, where that particular scheme is only for female candidates who are having career break due to family reasons. So then we, of course, after having some gap, of course, has to be for female once we want to have child and so on. But what I feel is that this generation, the one currently in at least in my age or younger than me, we are not thinking in that way. We are thinking equally that my wife's importance is same as my importance. At least maybe in my childhood, I'm also from a remote area, village in Rajasthan. That time maybe my thinking was maybe different. I don't know. But of course, with education, with time, when you are interacting with people, you are learning. With time, things change. And right now, I never felt that my wife will be anywhere less than me, because she is also faculty. Earlier, she was supporting me when I needed support. Later, when she needed support, I supported her. So this is like mutual support from each other for each other. It is not that one needs support and other doesn't need support. This is not that. So this is probably, in the family, when I say we have to see things, and most of the time I agree with my colleagues that this, like most of the time it happens that female is taking break and then coming back to science, of course, is difficult, and that actually creates the gap. Of course, we should minimize this, and we are, of course, discussing, trying to find the solutions. At the leadership level, I don't know. Personally, I don't agree with what Neha said, because when we go up to the leadership level, most of the time it happens that our kids are grown up to the level where they really, of course, we always need our parents, but they really don't need the everyday nurturing and so on. So at the leadership level, I think I don't know why is the case. One probably is that what I am doing, I'm satisfied, and I don't want to take further whatever we call challenge or if you go to the leadership level, if I'm not there, I see that this person being at the chair is enjoying, but probably that of course is not the case. The person sitting there at the leadership level also going through many challenges, and it is not that female or male. It depends on the individual whether I want to take those type of challenges or those type of there can be fighting or whatever those challenges to overcome to those challenges. So that depends on the individual, and probably this is what I learned from my wife that in my opinion I'm not saying that this is true universal, that females are more satisfied than males. Okay, so I always now tell my wife that you should do this, you should do this, you go higher level. She said I'm happy, I'm satisfied. So this is what is my opinion, but maybe I'm wrong. So I will stop here.
So I am glad to know that in the recruitment you are not biased, but I have seen several PIs during the entry level by hiring GRF, RAs, they don't prefer female at all. So that's why I think this gender gap persists, because they think that when they hire female staff for their project work and it's a time bound work, so if they go for the maternity leave or something for the marriage, and so the project will suffer. So how you think that way? Because yeah, exception is always there, but we are here talking about the majority. So majority goes with this kind of mindset. So how we can address this type of thing in this, especially in STEM, where women really want to do, but I have heard several story and read several story in which the women are like restricted and they are not allowed to enter and start their career in this.
I fully agree with you, and this bias is there. I fully agree. I myself may be biased on this point, particularly. That I'm not, hesitating in accepting if I'm wrong. So, but that also, in my opinion, I'm not the responsible for that bias.
Yeah.
Mainly because, whoever is giving funding to me, the funding, we have members from funding agencies. And as you also mentioned, this is time bound.
Yes.
So these days, the DSP and other funding agencies, they are asking PIs to submit report every 3 months, right? Then every 6 months there is presentation. And I can tell you, I always tell my students that my group is not because of me. My group is because of my students. If they are doing best, my group is considered best. Otherwise, there is no group, right? So we are also dependent on students. And every 3 months, if I have to submit report, I have to ask my students. And if I take a student who will be on leave, either male or female, I don't consider here. Even male can also go for long vacation. But yes, you said it's right. Then every 6 months, like next 6 months, if I don't have anything to send the report, DST will ask me, will discontinue my project. Then I'm actually not in situation to pay him or her. So those factors I think should be taken care at the funding agency or at the higher level.
Yeah, I
Make some policies. That's what we are also trying to do something in that direction. But of course, how much we are doing, I'm not sure, because there are various factors here. If we are giving you funding for doing something, you are proposing, and if you are not able to do due to whatever reason, funding agency will not consider what are the reasons, right? And if my idea today is I'm proposing, and if I'm not able to do for 1 year, if in 1 year, if someone will apply those ideas and finish that work, then my project is gone. So there are various factors, I think, which needs to be considered. Of course, I agree.
I would like to share experience, like what sir was saying. I was married in when I was doing my PhD, and I was in Rogi, and my husband, he was an old fellow, he was in Germany. So he supported me, and he won't believe he was certain literature and sending to me. So that was add-on. But now as I am a faculty, I have a PhD student. Her name is Ankita. Her name is Ankita. So she got married last year. She was a brilliant student, very hardworking. She got very good publications. But soon after marriage, mental state is, a very different now. She is not able to balance her newly married life and the work. She's not coming to lab. So I took a step. I took to talk to her what the problem is. So the two situations, me, my and my student, the two situations are similar. We both got married, but in my case, the person or the family where I got married, it was an add-on and I completed my PhD quite early on because and the credit goes to my husband. But in case of my student, the things are reversed. So we cannot generalize the thing. The factors, I think the environment, the scenario, the family background, many factors are there which affect these gender gaps.
Okay.
You want to say something?
Yeah, regarding that women are satisfied, I'm not agree on that. We want more and more and more. It could be your
One example of my wife. So I'm not.
and regarding the same thing, regarding the leadership responsibilities of the females on the leadership roles, I think that couldn't be the only reason, which is like females are having kids, so they want to give them more energy, because males are also having kids, right? Both having kids. And I would really like someone to do some survey on that, if possible, that based on the application for the leadership roles, how many applicants were male and female? Because that's the only thing I heard, that they are satisfied or they are maybe taking care of kids, don't want to put energy. But if we get an idea of how many females have applied for the leadership role, that will at least rule out these two options. And we can think of what could be the other region and can put some policy or something into place.
We can do survey, but my guess is that the numbers from women will be low. And I'll tell you the reason. I think Rasika alluded to it. Most of the times what happens is that it's women who end up taking a break, either for childcare or whatever it is. And because of that, their male colleagues, they have grants during that time, they have publications during that time. So there is gender stereotype, as Neha said, there is. And I have faced that glass ceiling where people are not ready. And somebody who I really thought of my mentor, the same guy, wanted a white robot. And he gave me very bullshit reasons why he could not make me register or whatever deal. But there is that gender stereotype. And what happens is this, that when you reach that level, 10 years or 15 years in your career, you've already lost this 4-5 productive years because you were having kids, you were taking care of your kids. So I think that's the reason why in the leadership. But on the positive side, I don't know about others 10 areas, but in public health where I'm working, currently we have 70% in masters, we have girls, which means that going forward, there is going to be a big cohort that is going to move forward. And at that point, they'll be in majority and there won't be any other choice. So because of that, then it would change. But currently, I agree that even in public health, I see very few women in leadership role, and that has a lot of people.
I actually wanted to answer to you. We are actually writing a paper, a white paper on the unused workforce. That is basically the women who are taking a break, they want to join or they don't want to join. So we did this survey, and this survey was open for almost 4 months after the extension. And we only got 106 responses. And it is with our INYAS family where we were pushing people to respond to it, we were requesting people to respond to it. And out of that 106, around 60 had taken a break. And out of those 60 who had taken a break, 50 said it was because of marriage or childbirth. The others were silent about it. They didn't say it. So if only 30 people are answering out of 106, how would we as suggestions for the policy makers will come up with a real accurate
As per that, we need to have some committees at local level and regional level. And then maybe it might be possible, but surveys, at least from our side, it didn't work as of late. But if you have better suggestions to make surveys work, I think there are people from humanities background also. So if you have any ideas, that would be really helpful for us.
Indian students are afraid of giving their opinion. We have done survey on postdoctoral fellows and many other categories. So the response rate is very, very low. That's very sad part of this. They are not ready to open up.
See, we cannot force people to work.
So even if I don't know at what stage you are, so you are doing pursuing something or you are in the. Oh, that's great. So right now, what you can do, you can just go through INYAS page, and there you will find one survey. I think that's open, and we'd love to hear from you.
We see a lot of conversation about people who need immediate care. But if you look at production, this data actually Shobana Narasimhan from Genetics Ecology, as one of the jobs, and I think she's also doing about artificial intelligence. And women who even don't take a break when they have caregiving responsibilities, unless they have extraordinary support and energy, which is very important for the person, slow down. In general, one thing you notice is that the number of papers women publish on work, and several of them are long. So these are also issues which when you come into leadership positions and put your hand in it, you will not compare favorably because you're paying the dividend even if you're not stepped out into the workforce. You're paying that dividend in that you will slow down. There are other issues which women who particularly have for leadership that know them. It's that this is something which I have noticed for a very long time. Sure, everyone will have noticed. You have to get groomed in some ways to leadership position. Even Tamishka had made a very nice point that when she was in the room and she thought with the only woman, and she tried to encourage people not to give up. The fact is, it is by being part of earlier leadership tables that you learn the skills necessary by doing and you understand what's needed to affect and how to build that sentence, how to enact policy, develop the skin, easy, not easy for men or women. So I think it starts early and it's something that at all levels one has to be available. It requires a combination of institutional data as well as academic, wherein people who are higher up say that many times women will not step up for the leadership position because they feel very stressed, especially in science. You have so few women faculty. You have to do the women's stuff. You have to do some other thing which is anti-ragging. They will put you because women sensitive, whatever stereotyping that goes on. So you will not necessarily, if you want to add one more committee, and many of the committees have been end up on an enormous compliance issue, which is enormous amount of paperwork that needs to be filed. Things will come and say, you have to done this A, B, C, and put documentation. That you don't really get a chance of debate on decision making. And therefore you don't have the skills, or if you have somehow managed it for that, you see it as a bit better. I'm not sure it's an easy answer. I don't think there is an easy answer. I think my personal belief is make the pie bigger, get more people in. Some people are always better. So you need a combination of luck, being in the right place, getting the right door opening the right time. That's something it's just
Actually, I wanted to refer to some points made by Dr. Rajendra Bhaka. Firstly, no offense, because I truly respect you firstly as a person, and I believe that all men out here are the potential people who are actually looking for change and a progressive society. But still, there are some points I would like you to ponder upon. Like, first thing you mentioned about satisfaction. So I also disagree like her, and like maybe many women here. But satisfaction comes as a natural choice, probably for women. This is what I would like to. In the last session, also, we were discussing about leadership. Now, if out of the two, one has to compromise, it is generally women who is expected to. And that is why this comes as a natural choice for her. There are several factors which are attached for not being satisfied and being ambitious. That is something which forces her or which sort of at least direct her to have that as a choice. It's not something that any women or most of the women want. That is one thing.
I have not generalized.
Better than the launch, I would say. But still, if there was a choice that you had to make between your wife being chair or you being chair, what would be an obvious choice? I mean, maybe you never even thought about it. That is the point that I'm trying to bring. Maybe if you get opportunities at different times, you're supporting her and she's supporting her, and that's good. That's how it progresses. And we are also looking for a support system rather than being competitive. Second thing that you mentioned about was nurturing of kids. So let me just ask if there is any lady in the room who can agree that nurturing stops at any stage. No, it doesn't.
No, I
So
also
we
never.
never make such a point that kids will not require nurturing after a certain stage. That is because
Let me correct. I have not said that differently. I said that when they are in the college, they need less nurturing, not like that. No, we are not for the leaders. When we are talking leadership, what I mean that this is that, for example, the director or when we are 50 or 55 in that range. So
contradict you, but just to bring to your attention and other men out here, that taking care of kids, it's always a choice for me and it's mandatory for me. You mentioned in your talk, it's my choice if I want to do something or if I do not want to. For many things, women don't get this chance of saying, I want to do. These are some basic things or assumed to be basic. For example, maternity leave is there. There is no maternity leave. There are certain other factors for that, agreed. But for that 6 months break, there is going to be a backlog. Getting back to work, there is going to be a backlog. And that is why we talk about academic age and biological age. That's true. But then we do not have any provisions where men, even who want to support, are actually supposed to, like for childcare. So these are the things which we need to ponder upon even deeper than realizing that we are good enough, we are trying to equalize or we are giving equal opportunity to women. The thing is, we all are supposed to have that support system. The support system for men is assumed to be there and it is there. Whereas for women, if she gets support, she's seen as a lucky one. So this is the difference that we need to work next. I'm not trying to correct or say anything wrong about the existing thing. We're improving, we need to improve. That is me. Thank you.
Okay, this is regarding the feedback that how many women actually after break they come back to their regular sleep. So I am one of the recipients of DSQ and Scientific Fellowship. I registered for my PhD when my son was 2.5 years old. So I defended my thesis when my son was 8 years old. So I came back to mainstream and I am an assistant professor now. But regarding the feedback, I got links from LinkedIn and from LinkedIn. But the link did not work. I clicked it and tried to fill it out, but the error message came. So after that, I tried to email the organization who are making the claim. They never got back to me. So I wanted to get that. Thank you.
I want to add something here. We have all been talking about the support system and
women having to take a break. And I feel that there are two main two main domains in which this factor is perpetuating gender gap fall. One is institution. So when I am pregnant, why is it assumed that I don't want to work till I can, which could be a day before my delivery? So institution should give me some facility where I can go and rest for maybe an hour, a nice clean place, not something very fancy, but something where I can go and rest in my last few months of pregnancy or whatever. If I don't feel well on Monday, I have that flexibility that I don't work on that day, I finish my work. Because my work is my responsibility. No one else is going to take that responsibility. I don't want to sit at home for 6 months after having child. If I want to come back after 2 months, if there is a good crash where I can go and breastfeed my child and at the same time work, why can't I have that kind of support? Same thing goes for caregivers, right? So institutional level, if there is support, then this whole issue of women getting out of workforce for a very long time and then maybe not coming back for various reasons. They are having second child immediately. It is 5 years gap. The science has gone ahead like anything. It feels very difficult that how do I catch up with whatever has happened. So institutional support is, and that should become sort of mandatory. It's not like women have to beg for it. They are your workforce. They are more than 50% of your workforce. You need to make sure that they have their needs satisfied. So that is something which needs to happen. The second domain is societal factors. And we are all talking about graduation and all. But I don't know about other states, but in Gujarat, as soon as a girl starts having period, which could be 7th standard or 8th standard, she's not allowed to go to school. Because parents are worried that if somebody bothers her or something, the safety is question mark and she will become pregnant and that will have issue. So they stop her from going to school. If there is no higher secondary school in the village, she doesn't go to school. So those are the factors from where it starts and she has to fight for it. She has to get 94, 95%. Then she can convince her parents that, see, I'm very intelligent and I got this scholarship, please send. So from there it starts that I have to be better than my brother. The brother takes it for granted that he is going to study, whether he scores 60% or 70%. So from there, all these things start. Second thing, what we talked about paternity. Why is it that a child is a woman's responsibility? Why is that the cooking is a woman's responsibility? Why is that the cleaning the house is a woman's responsibility? It's a shared responsibility. If I am having a meeting and I would reach home at 8 o'clock, my home should be clean and food should be on the table. Why is it that my husband can come home and sit while waiting for me to come home? And that's the reason why I cannot work after 5 o'clock. Yeah, I would say that nobody should work after 5 o'clock. But if I have some work and I want to work and I have a meeting where I would want to go and meet my friend, then I should be able to do it. Why is it that we are saying that we need support system, we need a community to support us in order to have a successful career? It is as much responsibility of father, husband, partner, as much it is of a woman. And these are societal factors. These are the factors which everyone has to understand, whether it's a boy or a girl, husband, wife. And these are so much entrenched in ourselves that even educated people, from their mouth also truth comes out. That I am a very nice husband, I support my wife and I let her go. When I went to Afghanistan, everyone was like, you are such a lucky person, your husband let you go to Afghanistan. I'm like, who is he to let me go? I informed him that I'm going. It's a project and I have to go and I'm going. And I've taken this calculated risk and these are the reasons why I'm going. I explained to him.
But it wasn't like he let me go to Afghanistan. But if he had to go to Afghanistan, would he have asked my permission that this is my project work and I have to go to Afghanistan? If you let me go, we can have it. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying that we have gender blind society, but we need to equalize certain things and we need to ensure that our girls and our boys are both ready for that equalization. Thank you.
Yeah, on this, I understand. Kiran Bedi used to say, let go, but be together. But in science, there is another problem that is a two-body problem. Right? So if I have a kid, which suddenly the kid is staying with the father, and with me, the kid is staying with me. So there are two households, two cleaners, two washers, two cookers, two. So that is the reality of some people that the responsibility is on both shoulders and it cannot be shared 100%. It's not possible to give it yours. He has to do his own 100%, I have to do my own 100%. That is another thing that takes a toll when you go to higher positions. If you are going to higher positions, you still have a body problem, then what will you do? That also needs to be discussed.
Yeah, very important point you mentioned, and I have very tiny questions to you. Like, what are the challenges faced by women in the STEM, especially in the STEM work environment? Like, what are the pressures and anxiety, scientific anxiety, we can say that, or social anxiety that we feel that women are more feel pressurized than men? So, what are the factors that make that environment or stimulate it? So how you can think, like, what are the challenges you have faced during your journey of this scientific?
I would say those scientific anxieties are same. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. So those anxieties I don't think are different, except for the things that we have already discussed, like the breaks that you would have, the responsibilities that you would have, the societal pressure that you would have, that may be adding to it. But I don't think that scientific anxieties are different for men or women. They are similar depending upon where you are and at what position or which institution you are.
And what are the challenges have you been through, like for your research or something like that? Or your voice, sometime it may be that your voice has not been heard by your authority or something like that. So how you tackle that and what are the message you want to share on?
Yeah, I mean, as many people pointed out, there have been instances where I have been the only woman, and many a times I have been the youngest one. So you not only you are the only woman, but you are also the youngest person there. So you are sort of, patronized. Whenever you say something, they would look at you like, okay, understood.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So what you do is you keep on putting your point across again and again, as much diplomatically. And again, I would say that at some point, this may not be different for a man also, who may be in a, subordinate position compared to somebody else. So those kind of situations I have faced. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it depends on the individual and depends on the situation. At least in my own opinion, of course, there is probably gender-related issues, but it depends on the situation. And I think the last question was the pressure and the anxiety. I think I agree with her that it depends on the situation and depends on the individual. This is in my opinion. But what I want to just add one more point, like what she was saying. See, as I mentioned in the beginning, that at this stage, I never, at least this is again my opinion, I consider not B or male or female, it is B. So my wife supports me, that's what I am here. Okay, I don't, hesitate in saying that. She is there taking care of kids and so on. So this is the whole support system for each other, right? Everyone needs support. And due to this support system, we are moving forward. And of course, there are many things which are coming from the experience, and we of course cannot generalize anything. Right? There are things which depends on many parameters. So we are trying to discuss all these, and then maybe we'll come up with some
some solutions with the help of survey or some other.
Yeah. Rita has it.
From morning it's we were telling that we have to train our boys and girls. But as we said that the empathy or emotional factors are different between boys and girls. Might be like my husband will also be taking care of the parents, but me or the daughter will also. So there is a difference. And at old age when they are very sensitive. So this kind of difference also actually gives women more, responsibilities and this thing, because they prefer them. They will also do, but they do in another way. So they are not preferred. So this is not something that we can inculcate into them because might be there is genetically or emotionally different. So how can we tackle them?
How do you find balance? Like you either get a person and you find a balance to make the other person understand. I have my mother staying with me, and I mean, my husband has his own issues and all. So you try to talk to both and find a balance. I mean, it's always, as you say, we get used to from a very young age how to kind of find that. What I was trying to say is that you cannot take all the burden on yourself. So not necessarily it's like 50-50 or something like that. Sometimes it is 70-30, either way. So some of the responsibility could be more on him, less on you. Some of the responsibility could be more on you and less on him. So those things happen. So and it, again, as he said, it also depends on time. Like I have taken up a job where I am out of house for 15-20 days at a stretch. So he takes care of everything. And then there could be a year or two where he has little more work or he has to do something, then I step in and I take it. So my point was like, it shouldn't be that it's only a woman's responsibility to do something. So that was
Most of the time what we see is like women is somebody who's juggling between these two. Because she wants the parents also to be happy and husband also happy. So that extra stress and tension what they say actually it is mostly. And जब बोलते हैं कि बच्चा बीमार होता है माँ ही चाहिए. I don't know, that can change, but the thing is at the end of the day, some reality.
That is why father has to be involved from day one. Because when father is involved from day one, then बच्चे को माँ बाप दोनों same लगते हैं. But those things will take time. So I mean, they will take a lot of time before we get to that stage. Some of the families are there, but majority of families are. One thing I just want to, I'm sorry. One thing I just want to add is we have had a lot of discussion here, but as Sir said rightly, we need to get opinion and perceptions from rural areas where things are very different and the way they think is very different. So having committees which are very regional and local, I think those are the least of the.
So just very briefly, I want to ask one question. I would like to hear from Professor Majumdar that in your opinion, what are the key actions needed to empower and encourage more women in to pursue this STEM as a career, and what are the policy maker, because you are heading the very higher positions and you are sitting in very academic and very panel. So what are the role of different bodies, governing body and policy maker you want to suggest that to provide that kind of environment so that we can foster more female in this particular STEM area? So what are your thoughts and what are the things which you can?
Yeah, I have been hearing, so I'm 62 plus. So obviously, I now like to listen rather than saying a lot of things. And at the end of the day, just discussing and talking about things which concerns you most is not going to yield anything. Rather, putting into actions, things will help. It is not that government is anti-good. Government is very much pro. And so are all the heads of the institutions. Because even if some of them are not pro-women, it's instruction from the government. So they have no choice. And as Madam said, that there were issues sometimes where they are not heard because person is a woman. I think immediately complaint should be done. That how come this happens, that I have said a very genuine point. The point has been clear. And it has not been heard because those kind of things are to be repaired. And I am also telling that unless you bring in enforcement, nothing happens. So there should be enforcement, like reservations. There are numbers, for example. Like that, there should be an enforcement that this much needs to be done. So why I said all these things, that from government sides, policies, programs, they do exist. It doesn't reach the right place. We need to bring that to the right place. Even if you bring that to the right place, there is no reception of it. For example, as I said, so many people didn't answer properly. We do not have a data set because some of them did not answer. Because we went from outside and started asking. What I was saying, if somebody asks them in local language, people whom they know and very comfortable with. So while they divert information, still they feel that this will be kind of a secret. It's not going to be blasted, OTP. That feeling, local feeling has to come. So it is better if there are regional, as I said, government has policies, government has programs. We need to take burden on us to have local committees. They should put local requirement. And what Madam said, that it is on INYAS website. You can go and I would say there are so many Indian journals now which publish. It's very relevant. Whether it is INSA or Indian Academy of Science or NASI, there one of the major roles is to really take up the social issues related to the science and address them. So several times when we go to do the annual meetings, we pick up some schools and colleges and go and teach there. Sometimes it's a women's college, for example. And we interact with them and we think that if I can't come every day here, at least one day I come, let me do my job. So since there is a sensitization of this issue, the journals of NASI or INSA or Indian Academy of Science, I bet, will publish. So don't put it on websites. Publish. After you publish, you force to make a policy because that's a published work. So we are all scientists, we understand. People believe what is published by peer review. So when you have published something, so the government will know that this is peer reviewed and accepted as a good information, where statistics is done, proper methodology is followed. So I have no choice other than listening to this. So I will request, even if it's a half page, 1 page article, publish on this. So sensitization is the most important thing. And scientifically, if you do it, it is more acceptable by the government or policymakers. So I think if you take care of this, I think we'll be able to ensure that the facilities which are given by government or the, I would say, the agencies of government, that they are really kind of converted into fruits. That's the only way.
Professor, looking that actually the survey link was floated. I mean, it is on INYAS website. And as you have said rightly, one of our last year or maybe last year, outcome of one such survey was published in Current Science.
It's very important.
Yeah.
They will publish.
And I think another one was with India Bioscience. So India is doing that.
So once you do that,
yeah,
that means you have got a channel. Keep on publishing.
Yeah, that's what actually we are doing.
The current survey. So you know, certain people they publish a paper in JBC. Then you will find there 8 papers. Especially JBC does that. If you have made and impressed them well, they will keep on accepting your papers. So that's why if you have impressed, let us say INSA, NASI or Indian Academy of Science, keep on publishing. And then collate them and attach them as we write papers, we have references. Government has to listen. So they will put some more money for implementation properly.
That is the aim of these surveys. Actually, we collect survey data, then do analysis, write them in the paper format, then we plan to publish.
Well, do it regionally. अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए गवर्नमेंट बहुत पैसा देता है. So why not you take Northeast as a model? पैसा है, बहुत है, पैसा कैसे खर्च होगा ये मालूम नहीं, तो वहाँ पैसा भी मिलेगा ये सब काम करने के लिए, और लोकल लोगों का प्रॉब्लम भी उभर करके बाहर आएगा जो गवर्नमेंट चाहती है। तो हम सिर्फ वुमेन को ही नहीं हेल्प कर रहे हैं, ऐसे सेक्टर के वुमेन को हेल्प कर रहे हैं जहाँ शायद बहुत कोई लोग जाके काम नहीं करते। लेट दैट बी एन एग्जाम्पल, उसके लिए पैसे बहुत मिल जाएगा। Once you set that example, then you spread it in other parts of. अभी तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए कहीं से भी पैसा, अब वो लोकल लोग करेंगे ना तो उसका वैल्यू ज्यादा है।
Okay, thank you, Professor Majumdar, Professor Thaka, Professor Shanti, and Professor Neha for discussing. I think the day was fruitful because we started with the problems and we ended with the solution. And the panel is enough time. Since the last panel, we have 50 male panelists, 50%, 2 male are there and 2 female are there. So when men are there, they are incorporating, discussing the problems of female, I think we will get a solution definitely one. And things are changing, the society is changing. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Dheeraj, for inviting us and providing this opportunity. I would like to thank you.
Can we have a photo of all this? Yeah, background आप भी आ जाएंगे आपके होते हैं। Yeah, that would be. No.
So I know you are eager to leave, but I'm instructed to summarize the session, which I don't need to probably, but this is so of course, the last session was very wonderful, and all sessions for that reason were wonderful. I thank all the speakers, moderators, and the patient attendees, I would say, and also thanks for making it more interactive and good. So we had a lot of experience sharing, perspective sharing, data sharing, problem sharing, and also solution sharing. So it was a good, healthy discussion that we curated. We talked about various biases, discrimination in terms of mindset as well as action, and also wanted to see their reflection in the action and in terms of policies. Along with that, we shared some books too, and we have our own to-do list and don'ts list. What shall we do? What shall we not do ideally? And we have talked about various issues and some solutions, if not all, partially we have talked about them from top level as well as the ground level. So we end this day with a hope to gain more and from the curated discussions and inculcate at least some of them have some takeaway messages. For example, from the last one, it was publish and project or publish and propel, I would say. And the other takeaway, pull up your own chair. So we'll continue these discussions tomorrow. See you all with more questions, more deliberation, and possibly more solutions. Let's all meet for dinner at 7. Thank you.
Dinner will be in the guest house for all the immediate and all the participants. Please come at guest house around 7:15. The dinner will start. The bank. Thank you.
ये नहीं ये पैसे डालते हैं ना अरे जो आए तो डलवाना ये क्या बात है ये बात है ये मैम तो आई नहीं करिश्मा
वो आगे कैंसिल करते हैं ये तो वैसे भी वो यूएस में चले प्रोजेक्ट से बस कैसे करते हैं